Asian supremacy just one step away. All eyes on one prize.
India win by 17 runs.
The unstoppable force. Dominant, determined.
What a thumping victory in the semi-final for India.
We play good cricket, result हमारे फेवर में होगा. तो वही एक फोकस है कि जब भी हम लोग मैच खेल रहे हैं अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलें और एक दूसरे को बैक करें.
Up against the Bravehearts, the Lankan Lionesses.
India is one of the best team in the world, no doubt about that, because they have a lot of good cricketers, they have good players. Now the time we have to beat India.
In a fight for glory, it won't be easy, but glory never is. Will Sri Lanka wear its first crown? Or can India conquer Asia for a record 8th time?
Sport is about stories, and nothing is more heartwarming as the story of this Women's Asia Cup than that of support for the Sri Lankan people, for the Sri Lankan cricket-loving public, for their home team that has given them so much to savour, and we are expecting a full house for the final, and it is a fitting final. It is two undefeated teams. It's the defending champions India eyeing their 8th title, and the hosts Sri Lanka dreaming in Dambulla of their maiden Asia Cup crown. Harmanpreet Kaur's side formidable, nearly perfect through the group stage, brushing aside and bulldozing everyone coming in their way. But this is a different Sri Lankan team, and the challenge will be to overcome not just the opposition, but the crowd that has come in to support them. Serious emotions in play, a final to play for. This is the 2024 Women's Asia Cup final, and it is time for the toss now. In the middle with the two captains is Marina Iqbal.
Well, it comes down to this, the final battle to lift this trophy. I've got the two captains with me. Leading home team Sri Lanka is Shamaria Tapattu, and leading India is Harmanpreet Kaur, and we've got GS Lakshmi, who will be officiating this match. Shamari, go for the final flip.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
We're gonna bat first.
Heads it is. Aman, what are you going to do and why?
We're gonna bat first. The reason is both the semi-finals were played on the same pitch, and that is the only reason we just thought of batting first.
You've got a huge depth in batting. Does it actually affect to set up the batting order, or it's just instincts?
No, not really. We really worked hard. So today it's looking like a long batting lineup. I think it's a plus for us, and we just want to back ourselves, whoever is there.
You must have seen the semi-final. Sri Lanka has the capacity to bounce back. What would be the one area that they might be a threat for you?
Yeah, no doubt they are a good side, and at the same time we just think what we have to do, and we have been playing good cricket, and today will remain same for us.
Any changes in the 11?
No, we're going with the same 11.
All right, all the best. Thank you. Shamari, happy to bowl first on this track?
Yeah, definitely. If we want, definitely we'll choose ball first, because I'm pretty confident about my bowling unit, but this toss is really good for us.
Some jitters in the semi-final, but what would be your one area where you can beat this and take away this game?
Definitely, we have to improve our fielding. I hope our batters will bat really good in this competition as well.
And I hope everything is fine with that elbow wrapped up?
Yeah, 80% okay.
Any changes in the 11?
Yeah, one change. Sachin Nisansala back to side for Achini Kulasurya.
All the best and go well.
Thank you very much.
The news from the center is that India have won the toss and they have elected to bat first.
We saw a thriller of a chase, and that's what will have to happen for Sri Lanka to lift their maiden Asia Cup crown. Harmanpreet Kaur instinctively is happy to have a bat first. He has ball in hand now, and Shefali and Smriti will have bat in hand soon after. We are all set for the final then. It was received with a serious applause from what's a building crowd here in Dambulla. They've come to watch these two stalwarts of the women's game lead their teams in what we hope will be as good a final as we saw a second semi-final a few days ago. And with me now in Dambulla, the very suave Atar Ali Khan is here, and radiant in red is Mithali Raj, who is back. And as we look at that Indian team batting first, Mithali, no doubt in the minds of Harman, and Uma Chhetri keeps her place. Your thoughts?
Well, I think it is a good inclusion to have Uma Chhetri because she's known for her explosive batting up the order. and giving her an opportunity also will test the bench. But otherwise, looking at the Indian squad, I think they have a very strong batting lineup, so it is no-brainer that Harman won the toss and elected to bat.
Athar, Sri Lanka will bowl like they did in that semi against Pakistan, and there is a change. It looks like Nissan Salah is in and Achini Kulasurya is out, otherwise an unchanged team.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably the X factor stands with this skipper Chamari Athapathu, but they will need to bowl well because the openers from India are very good. They've been in terrific touch and they need to start well, especially against the likes of Shafali Verma and
Smriti
Mandhana.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first up, Harman made a comment on the surface. We want to find out more as to how this surface will play, and let's find out from Isabel Joyce with the pitch report.
So if you've missed the group stages, you didn't quite catch the semi-finals, let me catch you up on how things have played here in Dambulla. Right the way through the tournament, we've had 59 metres all the way around. That means the pockets are quite big, straight from both ends. We've also had really hot conditions, but a little bit of cloud cover today, and I've just had a few drops of rain, but I don't think it's going to stick around. That should blow away, because the other piece of news from here is that there's lots of wind, as we've had all week across the ground from left to right as you're looking at the screen. We did see it play a part in the semi-final. Sri Lanka somewhat struggling with catches, particularly going into the wind. So that's something they need to come to terms with today. With the playing surface, as you heard, it's a really good batting one. We've had plenty of runs on both pitches this week. India and Sri Lanka together have scored over 1,000 runs, with India just slightly more, 559 versus 504. But it still looks like a really good batting pitch. I'm not surprised they've chosen to bat first. For Sri Lanka, they need to bowl within the stumps, good length, because any width, it goes to the boundary. I'm hoping for a high-scoring game, and I think 140 par. If India can put 160 on, then they should come out on top in this one.
Isabel Joyce with the pitch report, and these are the fans that I'm sure would just be lifted in spirit and in expectation and optimism after how their team played in the semis. India, different challenge though, and that's because of such a competent record in the history of this competition. With they're eyeing an 8th title. Mithali Raj, you've been part of those championship sides early on. The expectation, the pressure, India live up to it now more than perhaps get affected by it?
I don't think that this Indian team will be affected by the pressure, because they've been doing really well the entire year so far, winning home series, playing against best sides, and they have a very good side. Whether you pick their batting or the bowling, I think everybody who gets an opportunity to perform in the middle are performing and delivering. So I don't think that will play heavily on their mind.
Athar, what will a close semi-final do to just battle harden Sri Lanka more? They've never won this, but are they in better shape now than ever before?
Yeah, I think so, because if you look at the win against Pakistan, was a brilliant one. At one stage, it looked like the Pakistan going to go and win and qualify for the finals. But I think what is also equally important, when we heard Chamari Athapathu at the toss, that what are the departments, which are the departments she's interested to see an improvement? Fielding, because they dropped, I think, 3 catches, 2 were close. I think if they can put their hands up and make sure that there's what they've done in the past, first 2-3 games, they were very good in the field department. They need to bowl well, but the fielding has to be very, very sharp. Yeah. It's the opening pair. If they can pick up an early wicket, then they can make early inroads. But India, very strong, looking really strong.
They're going to field first, and Chamari Athapathu mentioned that. And West Harmanpreet Kaur's India, they have played like a team that are in a different league, and they have bulldozed everyone on their road to the final. It is India and Pakistan at the Asia Cup 2024.
Pakistan called it correct batting. 50 strikes.
Straight to the fielder.
3 in the over.
UAE won the toss and they decided to field first.
This is her day. Pitch Ghosh. 64 of 29, striking at 220.
India versus Nepal.
India have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. Shafali Verma, she crafted those shots to her strength. And this is where her territory is.
Bangladesh captain, what a very important toss.
So easy on the eye, and so effective when she's in this sort of form, Smriti Mandhana.
But with that boundary, it's all over. So India into the final of the Women's Asia Cup 2024.
A lot of pressure on us because we have been dominating Asian cricket, and I think for us things are very simple. We just want to keep whatever we are doing for a long time, and nothing changes for us. We just want to just go there and express.
Well, it is a captain who would be very pleased, Mithali Raj, as she looks at 4 different match winners. Renuka and Deepti with the ball, Richa and Shefali with bat. How pleasing is that in a big competition?
Well, look at that. Renuka, who opens the bowling for India, and then you have a frontline spinner, Deepti, who usually bowls in the depth that you really require a very good spinner. And Shefali and Richa, the key factors in the batting lineup, because Shefali right up gives the head start to the team which is required in the power play, and you have a finisher like Richa. I think, that's why the batting lineup looks pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, you saw 4 of those key players. One of the others, and she might just save it for the final, is Jemima Rodrigues. Such a big part of this Indian team, and Mithali caught up with her a little while back.
Hi, Jemmy.
Hello.
So we've seen you bat at number 3 as well as in this tournament at number 5. You've scored runs at number 3. But what has changed in your approach towards your batting? Batting at number 5.
I think nothing much has changed in my mindset. Only what has changed is the situation's a little different when you're batting at number 3 and number 5. So for me, the key was always to adapt to situations and do whatever it requires to help the team win. So I'm happy batting wherever the team wants me.
Well, we have the T20 World Cup in October in Bangladesh. So as a batter, there has been any different way of preparing for the World Cup? Or, are you going in with the same routines that you've done in the past?
My routines stay the same. But obviously, I'm trying to add a little more each and every time I'm practicing to my game, because we know how women's cricket is getting better and better. And I feel that even for me, I need to keep upping my game, because if I do that, I know I can help the team and help the team win. And even that's the talk that's going on in the dressing room, to play aggressive cricket, play positive cricket, and keep dominating. So I think the routines stay the same. But yes, I try to keep getting better every time I play.
So we've seen the Indian team really doing very well at home series. Even in this Asia Cup, they are unbeaten. The batting has been exceptional. So is the bowling. What do you think will be a very important, a key factor getting into the World Cup in October?
I think for us, what we've been speaking about from the South Africa series we played before this was to be consistent at what we're doing. We keep doing the simple things correctly and consistently. And I think that is the key for us even heading into the World Cup. Because one good thing about this team is we've played together as a unit for quite some time. We know each other, we understand the chemistry and how we all go about with each other's game. So I think that's the plus point. But yes, for us, we're looking to consistency, and we're looking at following our processes and executing well in the match.
Thank you, Jemmy. Go well.
Thank you.
Jemima Rodrigues speaking with Mithali Raj a little while back. There are so many superstars from India. On the other hand, Sri Lanka, they're heavily reliant on Chamari Atapattu. 3 Player of the Match awards back to back. Is that a good thing for a team, that one player, so much dependence?
Well, if the kind of form that she has shown in this competition, this edition of the Women's Asia Cup, she scored more than 200 runs, 243 runs. And would you believe it, a number of sixes, just to let the viewers know, 13 sixes, the next best is Shefali Verma with 3 sixes. But then again, having said that, if you rely too much on one batter, and if you lose her early today, who's going to put hands up and said, okay, it's my turn? I think Vishmi will need to do that. Anushka, down the order of batter number 6, depends on what kind of total they're going to chase. But I think they look a pretty good side, and hopefully they can restrict
They're
India
hoping, they want to tell this crowd there's more to this team than Chamari, but she's played a big part in how they've got to the final.
Cleaned up! Oh, that's a beauty! That's a beauty!
That will be 50.
Sri Lanka, the home team, the whole nation has started this tournament with a bang.
I don't want to take too much pressure on my shoulders and our girls' shoulders. Just enjoy our game in the middle.
And that is huge. And that brings up a half century. 35 balls, 8 fours and 2 sixes. Oh, what a start. And the wicket goes. And Thailand lose another wicket.
I don't want to take too much risk. I just play my natural game.
Cleaned up!
Oh, the reverse. Oh, no.
Very important important game for us, but we don't want to take too much pressure on our shoulders. End of the day, we have to play our best cricket, and I hope my girls will continue this performance in final as well.
India batting first, Mithali Raj. This is a team that relies on Smriti and Shefali for powerful starts. Smriti hit a blistering 50 last time they were in the final. How do you see her going in a little while from now?
I think Shefali and Smriti, they know really their role very well, what is cut for them. The way Shefali starts and Smriti anchors, and if she gets going, I think that also adds and complements the way Shefali bats. So both of them have batted a lot of games. Their partnerships have always helped India to post a big total. So today also I think they will continue with the same approach.
I think what is also important to realize the fact that they have scored runs, quickly. 149, the strike rate for Shefali Verma, 143 for Mandana.
Yes.
So when they do get set, they score runs quickly, and that can hurt any opposition.
Athar Ali Khan, Mithali Raj, thank you very much for your time. The crowd cannot wait. We cannot wait. The final of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup is upon us, and the levels have increased as the Sri Lankan team will take the field. Live action coming right up.
Asian supremacy just one step away. All eyes on one prize.
India win by 17 runs.
The unstoppable force. Dominant, determined.
What a thumping victory in the semi-final for India.
We play good cricket, result हमारे फेवर में होगा. तो वही एक फोकस है कि जब भी हम लोग मैच खेल रहे हैं अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलें और एक दूसरे को बैक करें.
Up against the Bravehearts, the Lankan Lionesses.
India is one of the best team in the world, no doubt about that, because they have a lot of good cricketers, they have good players. Now the time we have to beat India.
In a fight for glory, it won't be easy, but glory never is. Will Sri Lanka wear its first crown? Or can India conquer Asia for a record 8th time?
A fantastic tournament reaches a fitting finale. The culmination of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup sees the hosts that have seen the heartbeat of a nation that has supported them like never before up against them, the formidable, brilliant Indian team aiming for an unprecedented 8th title in the Women's Asia Cup. Encouraged by the weight of their expectation, this is what they will play for. India or Sri Lanka will have their hands on the trophy. Sri Lanka versus India in the 2024 Women's Asia Cup final that will be decided in Dambola, that has played its part in a tournament to remember. Toss took place a short while back. Harmanpreet Kaur, the blink of an eye, said that her Indian team will bat first. Chamari Attapattu has carried the Sri Lankan team superbly. They will have to chase like they did in the last game. It's an unchanged India side from the one that they fielded in the semi-final. So Uma Chetri, who's yet to have a bat, will likely bat 3 after the formidable opening pair of Shefali and Mandana. Tanuja Kanwar keeps her place. Renuka, player of the match in the last final against Sri Lanka and in the semi-final. Sri Lankan team has one change as I welcome Isabel Joyce. Nissan Salah in Kulasurya out.
Yeah, good change. Kulasurya struggled the last day out, just can't hit the right lengths. Batting, they'll rely on the top 3. Chamari was the one who took them to the final. The other 2 will want to make their mark in this one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand at the front. National anthem. Thank you.
It is now time for a solemn moment. The anthems of Sri Lanka and India ahead of the final. rituals of a final set up the emotion of the anthems. Clutch of the crest from Chamari Attapattu. The Sri Lankan anthem came to a close. And in what's been a beautiful, fitting host of this tournament, India have been breathtaking as defending champions. Mithali Raj alongside me as well. No one has challenged this team. Today could be different with the form the hosts are in, Mithali.
Well, India is unbeaten in the tournament, so is Sri Lanka. Both up against each other, the big final of this Asia Cup. Yes, there is a lot more expected from the Sri Lankan team other than Chamari to step up in this tournament if they have to pose any sort of challenge to the Indian team.
Yeah, final words from the captain. Mentioned at the toss, they must field better. Isabel Joyce also acknowledged in the last game that perhaps these crowds have taken her own young team at times, or at least the younger members, by some emotional surprise.
Yeah, hopefully they bounce back strongly, because that fielding effort they won't have been pleased about, and they're going to have to be a lot better if they're going to beat India. Let's be honest, it's India's to lose. Sri Lanka really need to show up. They need a good start. You've got real match winners right throughout that Indian lineup, and there's the success that they've enjoyed. They want to add yet another title. India, Bangladesh, the only ones adding a blemish to that from an Indian perspective.
Yeah, the times have changed since it started as a bilateral in 2004. Flipped from 50 overs to T20 cricket in 2012. But India are the dominant team. They are expected to win. And they did win against Sri Lanka 2 years back in Sylhet, where Shefali Verma and Smriti Mandhana just eased home in a chase of 66. Mandhana that day had a blistering 50, the fastest by an Indian women's T20 eyes, and she is having the year of her life. They are among the best in the world, are Smriti and Shefali, and that is what Sri Lanka will have to counter. Responsibility will start with Inoshi Fernando. He's taken some blinders in the field, has bowled accurately. She will kickstart the final.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
The 2024 Women's Asia Cup Final. Salima Imtiaz from Pakistan says play. Inoshi Fernando to Shefali Verma, slip in place. And even with the first ball, the evidence of breeze that's played its part regularly. And it is a windy afternoon here in Dambulla.
Well, if you caught the pitch report right at the end, I was slightly blown over. So it's kind of how the tournament started. Really heavy wind. It died down a little bit in the middle, but it's back with a vengeance.
So important for them to start well, just settle their nerves in the final. As good a crowd as we've seen here at the Rangiri Dambulla Stadium. If Shefali Verma gets going, she could silence them very quickly.
Well, I think that in that semi-final, you learned how you might get Shefali Verma out, because if you keep her quiet, then she's going to take you on. But in that semi-final, she knew she didn't have to score heavily. Batting first, if you can get her to go to run a ball, I think that's where your best chance is. You need to make sure your best catches are straight and in extra cover. Maybe get a seamer to bowl a slower delivery.
Through the field, first runs in the final in the form of a boundary. Shefali Verma and India are underway.
I think the first 3 balls were dodged. She bowled really well, good line, but this one down the leg, you can't really bowl that line for Shefali. And it is quite obvious that Chamari's got a spinner right in the first over, not to give too much pace to both the batters who love the ball coming onto the bat.
You could see 3 dot balls and Shefali Verma had to force it. Videshika Prabodhani was the fielder. Short fine, or rather a short square leg. Mentioned Chamari Attapattu, they have to feel better. They have to start some intensity, can't give easy runs to these two.
Yeah, and I'm disappointed actually with that fielding effort, because it's the left armer, Prabodhani, that was fielding there. And I think she fields in that area all the time. That's her bread and butter. She will have expected to stop it. Maybe just the extra bit of power from Verma. She didn't get down quite quickly enough, but they're going to have to do better.
Mandana takes strike for the first time. 10-wicket win in the semi-final. Sri Lanka would know an early wicket. We'd be possibly seeing Uma Chhetri bat for the first time in the tournament, unless they send Shamima Rodrigues. First extra of the afternoon. Win the first few overs. It's usually the coach's mantra, big game. Don't let the opposition get away.
Well, she was ready for this. Mandana just watched it go down leg side. Ready again, but finds the fielder.
6 without loss after the first over. Strong in-form Indian batting lineup. Uma Chhetri turned 22 yesterday. Udeshika Prabodhani missed that ball that ended up giving Shefali a first boundary. Her left arm swing now. She's managed to get in the way of what was powerfully struck drive.
Bit of a nervous looking start. She does take the ball back in. I think she might be worried about that breeze. It's so strong, so she sent it far too far outside off. Verma just not able to find the gap. 101st match. She got her 100th cap in that semi-final, and what an exciting game. She'll never forget it.
Just one ball and the keepers come up. That is through the gap. Sweetly timed. Shefali Verma at her best.
I think Shefali looks very dangerous if she just believes in timing the ball, because that's where she has very good shape of her bat. All she had to do is just get the bat onto the ball, and she got it through the covers. A big gap there, but I think the bowler here need to change a little bit of her line, get her a little more inside, because anything outside off stump for Shefali is going to find the rope.
20 years of age, Shefali Verma already a mainstay. Prabodhani. There's a big appeal, it's full. Where did it pitch? And Shafir Jakil from Bangladesh said it pitched outside the line of leg stump.
That woke the crowd up. Good appeal, but this one, the angle she's at has to be outside leg. Just about, I think, 2/3 of the ball maybe outside leg, but it wasn't far away. I think that might have woken Verma up as well.
It's a really good decision. No reviews, umpire's got that spot on. There is a long on as one of the two fielders outside the circle in the first 6. Along with what's more a deep backward square, not a deep fine leg. Where the length is key, helps the umpire decide.
Yeah, slightly fuller and a bit straighter. She has to be with the left arm over, and she's not that tight to the stumps either. So the umpires will have thought beforehand, how full does it need to be for me to think it's actually pitched in line? So much goes into those decisions. She was unmoved, didn't give in to the pressure of the appeal or the crowd.
Again, you can see it's a good ploy to have the keeper stand up.
I think because she's not very tall and she doesn't get that much bounce, she's relying heavily on the movement that she can get off the wicket. A bowler like her, it is very important that you get the right length. If the keeper is up, you need to bowl in that good length area, which will make it very difficult for the batter if she gets the movement. We've seen Shefali taking that onto the pads. Had the line been a little around off stump, it would be very close call.
Mandana off the mark, and it's the breeze that will help and cause further questions. The breeze is blowing left to right, so with the angle of in-swing that Udeshika Prabodhani will bring in for the right-hander. She went for a boundary of the second ball. She's come back well. 6 of the first, 6 of the second, 12 without loss. One change made right at the end of that. Sachini Nisansala, who played the game against Malaysia, is in for Chinikula Surya.
And we were talking about this, weren't we? Kula Surya, the type of action she has on a really good batting pitch. She can tell when she bowls it short, she gets pulled easily, and then when she goes too full, so easy to take over the top. So a really good change, I think, for Sri Lanka.
And what it does mean is just the one specialist seam option or pace option in Udeshika. Noshi Fernanda will have to play her part in the power play, bowling to Mandana. That is class from Mandana, loves it there. Any width. She's in the kind of form that she does not falter. First boundary for Smriti.
Again, she's pitched it way outside off stump. That is the strength of Smriti. She plays really well, square of the wicket. Maybe the first ball there was not much pace, but this one she used the pace. That could have been stopped. That's what Chamari would want her fielders to support the bowler.
And a diving stop, it'll just lift the crowd, get the voices up. Don't underestimate the part they will play. India are used to big crowds. Many of the Indian players are more used to it than the Sri Lankans, but you know they have the home team up against them.
Much better line. When you look at Mandana, it's not that wide, but her ability to hit the ball while she's off balance and hit it so sweetly is what sets her apart. Her front foot was off the ground when she hit that boundary, still able to keep her head over the ball and whack it.
It's amazing how much time she makes us believe she has, Mandana. So much time. She was in a hurry in the final in 2022. Poor ball. You know, she was on target previously. They can ill afford that to the likes of Mandana and Shefali. It's 2 boundaries of the over. India 20 without loss after 3. Four boundaries in the first 3 overs of the final. This was the last of them.
When the margin for error is so small, sometimes these are the kinds of mistakes you get from your senior bowlers. When you're playing against lesser teams or less experienced batters, you've got a bigger area you can aim at, but when you're bowling to these two, such a small area you're aiming at, and so that was why that one probably went down leg. Sugandhika Kumari, the new bowler, left arm spinner.
Yeah, brilliant little cameo with the bat to ensure that Sri Lanka are here today. Forget those 10s and 9s that you need from the lower order as soon as they're in. Left arm spin replacing Udeshika. You're going to see a lot of spin from Sri Lanka today. Chamari Atapattu will have to manage 2 left arm orthodox spinners. Sugandhika, they brought in Sachini Nisansala.
I think the bowlers are doing good job in the first 3-4 balls of the over, but once they get hit for a boundary, at the end they're finishing it with a boundary. The loose balls that they're giving after bowling those dot balls, it's actually releasing the pressure of the batters. You're not able to continue that pressure.
Just is dictating her own field, which is good to see for a bowler. We've got deep mid wicket for Smriti Mandana. and a long off. She loves to go up and over mid-off. The chance presents it. And more changes, a swap in personnel. You see two fielders run across. Yep, you caught them. Short fine and backward point. Eyes lit up, Smriti. She's missed out.
Yeah, I have to say I question this field because Sugandhika swings it basically. She's a swing bowler across Mandana. Why do you need a deep mid wicket? Keep your length right. You need probably protection on the offside.
There's a fairly sized gap between those three fielders in the ring on the offside. Just on cue, she's still got the deep mid wicket, but now there is an extra fielder there. Still think the boundary rider would be more insurance. Smriti will love the challenge of finding those gaps. There's a wide long off.
Yeah, Dilhari. I mean, it's competition who's the best fielder for Sri Lanka. She's got to be put in the hand up. Dilhari, we saw her take a flying catch in one of the group games. She's been on the mark with ball in hand and with bat in hand, but her fielding's probably the most impressive. She's in the right place. Long on for Verma, long off for Mandana.
She's not been on strike for a while, Shefali. It's only 3.4 overs, but you know, Shefali likes to hit as many balls, for which she'd want to face as many balls. Strike rate of 105 against Sugandhika and dismissed twice in 6 innings. Favorable matchup for the bowler, you think? Howard had to go through that fielder, no one behind. That's the kind of effort that just lifts the team. Captain acknowledges it, crowd acknowledges it.
I think this is the kind of fielding that the captain Chamari Atupattu wanted the fielders to do on this big day, the final. If they have to put pressure on the batters, they have to cut these fields.
That's a really good start from Sugandhika. Just 3 off the over. In India, 23 without loss. Well, they've been brilliant and convincing on their way to the final. Well, Pakistan, arch rivals, opening day of the tournament, brushed aside. Formidable record that India have against them, and Richa Ghosh, Shefali Verma came to the party against Nepal and the UAE. And Shefali Verma has been in a rich run of form. She's started solidly here. Sri Lanka have kept her quiet.
Well, it's down the leg side and she's hit that, but it won't go to the boundary. Fielder protecting the boundary will cut it off into a couple of more runs. Yes, it is not a bad start at all. Shefali and Mandana, remember, they've been very successful, especially in this edition, even in their career. The bulk of runs have come from the top order, and once again they've raced over to 25 without losing a single wicket. This is the final. Sri Lanka will be hoping that they can pick up a wicket here, because if these two get together for another couple of overs, then watch out, because when they are set, they end up scoring runs very, very quickly. Very good afternoon, Marina Iqbal.
Good afternoon to you as well, Athar, and everyone who's joined us for this final. It's going to be a spectacular game here. Good crowd coming in. Steady start for India. That's how India has reached this final. Dominating performance from them. I think Sri Lanka has done well to keep Shefali at least a bit of quiet.
Shifting straight into the hands, and she dropped it. It was a straightforward chance. Looked like that she took it a little bit too easy.
Harshita Straightforward regulation catch. In and out too quickly. Smriti Mandhana's wicket, that would have given so much confidence to the Sri Lankan side. Oh, there was another chance. It's through now. Will reach the boundary. Back to bat, slightly aerial this time. The fielder had to dive in front of her to turn this half chance into a fuller one.
What an over, what a first over. Kavisha Dilhari creating opportunities one after another. Another one, this one just dropping short. But the other one's a straightforward chance. And you really cannot afford to give that sort of a chance to someone like Mandhana. She will hurt you.
Yeah, we saw some jitters in the field. That's the first one, just trying to get the elevation. Wasn't there, but straightforward catch. Harshita. It's going to her. This one dropping short.
Eventful over. After 5, India 30 without loss. You could feel that she took it a little bit too easy. Harshita would have been a wicket, a new batter in. That's exactly what Sri Lanka would want it to happen. And there is a fielder at the long on, will be cut off.
Sri Lanka in the semi-finals against Pakistan weren't the best in the field, but today it's the ultimate game. An easy regulation catch to Harshita, who's a very decent fielder. Was put down, probably just trying to get it into the celebration early. Need to finish the catch first. Sri Lankan bowlers have done decent. They've kept their lines tighter, but the fielders, they need to back their bowlers.
Yeah, they've created the pressure, but because both the batters look to pick up boundaries early in the innings, only 5 coming so far. 3 from Mandhana, 2 from Shefali. She's looking to play across the line and she puts it away. That will be a boundary.
Yeah, that's what Mandhana is known for. She will shuffle across, try to upset the line of the bowler. And she is so good in crafting that shot in particular. Wasn't convincing, but had enough will on it. A lot of bottom hand coming through.
Yeah, you can feel that they've now understand the fact that yes, they have started to look to create chances to pick up boundaries here. So 4 in the second delivery in this over, 5 already in this over. Option to go on the onside, mid-on, inside the circle also. Oh, lovely scoop. Beautiful innovated shot. That is a lovely shot. So back-to-back boundaries for the ever-elegant Mandhana.
Yeah, if you give someone like Mandhana a chance, she will make sure that you'll pay for it. Improvisation and equally effective. Just got in the line of the ball, made sure she kept eyes while she was trying to put the bat on. Another boundary. This one is turning out to be a big over for India.
Yeah, she picked up the slow delivery very quickly and went into a position that he had ample time to just scoop it. There was a fielder at short fine. She had no chance whatsoever. Lovely touch. It's turning out to be good over for India. That's all about. Good comeback. End the block hole. Produces a dot.
Yeah, all the experience Prabodhani carries. She's bringing into that delivery. This was the catch. Easy regulation catch. Was on the move, but not sure what happened there. And someone like Smriti been given a chance, you will regret that as a fielding side.
Well, she's already showing what she can do with the bat. She was the one who was dropped, and since then she's picked up 3 boundaries. That is a lovely pickup shot off her legs.
Now that's sheer class from Mandana. Just again going across, covering the line. Prabhuthani is not one of the quickest in Sri Lankan lineup. That flick of the wrist, you can watch that all day long from Mandana.
Might be called a wide, it is. So she has to go back and complete this over. Already the most expensive over so far in this innings. 14 runs already scored in this over.
As a bowler, it's very hard to bowl at Mandana because she's got huge range of shots, and then she can innovate as well. So any opportunity, slightest of them given, she'll pounce on it.
Just a couple of yards to the left or the right would have been another boundary. So dot to finish the over. After 6, it's 44 without loss. That's the power play. India winning the toss and deciding to bat first and played some lovely shots first. It was Shefali Verma, and then the classy Nitri Mandana played some lovely shot. This should have been taken. Now that is a big miss. Same over, and then she cuts loose. She picks up not 1, 2, but 3 boundaries in that last over. Lovely touch. Lovely flick of the pads. Up the wrist over to 44, thanks to that one big over, the last over. In the power play, 44 without loss. That's exactly what India would have hoped for.
Yeah, it's a better at times. All you need is just one missed chance, and you would feel that it's your day and unleash all the talent you have, and that's exactly what Mandana has done. Was dropped on 10, now moves on to 26 pretty quickly, just taking 19 deliveries.
Now she has the ability to bowl right arm off spin and also to the right hander, the wrist spin. Kavisha Dilhari, already 7 wickets, could have been a 8th wicket. Smriti Mandhana, second most runs in World T20 International, closing on 3,500 runs, ranked number 5 in the ICC Women's. Given! Dilhari finally has the say, but it is Shefali Verma who has to hit back a just leg before wicket.
She was way down the track, was bowled quickly. Dilhari probably saw her coming down early, fired it in. Apparently she's not happy. Yeah, just there. Oh, she's in the line though. She's in the line. Sri Lanka will take it. First blow, and that too in the shape of Shefali Verma, who walks back scoring 16. India 1 down on 44.
Yeah, finally a wicket, the opening pair. It's going to be Omar Chetri come at number 3, the right-hander batter. I'm just thinking how far was Shefali Verma down the wicket, because it looked like she went down the wicket. Yeah, Sri Lanka, as you mentioned, rightly mentioned, they'll be very happy to see the back of Shefali Verma. There you go, she goes. Yeah, the question is how far she is away down the track. Interesting. Yeah, didn't get up, but he had a lot of distance to cover onto the stumps. Wicket number 8 for her. She nearly picked up a wicket in a first over. Unlucky not to get a wicket in her very first over. The key is to attack the stumps, and that's exactly what she's doing.
Has been decent with the line and lengths. Dilhari, the senior pro, just a shimmy down the track, was right in front of the stumps. Probably would have been clipping the stumps. She fired it in. Didn't had enough bounce. That's what probably the umpire had in mind.
Yeah, the only question in everybody's mind is how far she was down the track. Nothing much you can do about her at the moment because she's already been adjudged leg before wicket. She needs to now take a little bit more responsibility. Remember, she's already been dropped once, but she smashed 3 boundaries after she was dropped. Mandana. Now this is a time where Sri Lanka needs to attack. This is a time when they need to apply a little bit more pressure. Try to keep the non-striker on strike as much as possible. There you go, again sloppy. That's poor, that's very poor.
Yeah, Sri Lanka now needs to focus on how they can just pull back some momentum towards Sri Lanka. They need to keep Uma on strike because she hasn't had a lot of match practice in the middle. I don't think the dive was necessary there. Should have easily been collected. So Gandega on that occasion have to be clinical in the field.
Catches win matches, that's what they say. It's a good over, it's a really good over. Just 3 runs in this over and the wicket, the big wicket of Shefali Verma. Again on the shorter side, let's put it away for a single and will retain the strike. After 7, India 48 for 1. Excellent crowd in the semi-final. Also now even a bigger crowd for this final between India and Sri Lanka. The Women's Asia Cup Final 2024. Sachini, Nissan, Salah, India attack. 9 matches so far for her, 5 wickets. Now that's the change that they made. Remember, she's only played 1 match against Malaysia when she picked up 1 for 4 in 4 overs. She has been the most economical bowler so far in this edition of the Women's Asia Cup. What's in store for her in this one? This is the big one. She'll be bowling to well set Smriti Mandhana. She needs to play a different role now. She does not have with her Shefali Verma. Remember, partnership of 83 and 122 versus Bangladesh and Nepal between these two. The opening batters, short one. I mean, these are the deliveries that you need to cash in. They you'll find the gap, and obviously if you find the gap, you'll find the boundary straight to the fielder.
Now Sri Lanka has a big chance now. Machetri hasn't had the opportunity to bat till today. So now they would like to just cut on those singles, keep her on strike, keep Mandhana away from the strike. I would like to see even mid-off coming in. Don't give away easy singles. Cover as well, I would like to see in cover. Just keep her at strike. She won't be that confident out there walking in the final straight away.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, Marina. Should pick up a single. Tight, not a great throw.
Sri Lanka needs to cash on these occasions. Again, if you're in the circle, you're cutting down the singles. Easy single given away. That was a nervous hit from Machetri. He's got the chance today to bat. First time in this whole tournament.
Again the similar kind of result, just a single.
Yeah, at least she's bowling according to the field. got protection. 2 patrolling the boundary, 3 actually on the leg side. And dropping it slightly short. But have to be careful because Mandana has all the ability to clear the boundary even with that field. But it's been bowled a bit quicker so that she don't get the elevation.
A little bit more attacking. They've got a slip in place now for Uma. Again on a shorter side. She needs to get her length right. Coming back for the second. This is good running.
So there's just allowing Uma Chetri to settle the nerves in. Even the previous delivery, she went for a nervous shot down the ground. And on this occasion, just too comfortable off the back foot. They both are quick between the wickets, picked up a couple there. Sri Lanka needs to realize and assess the situation quickly.
They've gone across 50. Now it's 53 on the board, 53 for 1 in the 8th over. Looking to go over the fielder's head, and she nails it. Couple of bounces to the fence.
Uma Chetri bringing everything she has, and she kept for the final. It was tossed up, the length was there, but a lot of bottom hand coming through for that shot. All she had to do was clear the infield. She slammed it.
Yeah, it looks like she has been given a role to go and look to play big shots here. And it's coming off. She's only faced 5 deliveries. Remember, she started with a couple of singles, but this time around, she knew the fielder was inside the circle at mid-on. So easy pickings. It was pitched up and driven over the fielder's head for the boundary. Again short. Big gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. She picks this fielder at deep mid wicket. Single to finish the over. Another good over. 10 in that over. 58 for 1.
Uma Chetri into the team. It's her first time batting. She did play the last game, didn't get bat in hand. Lots of power to come. The captain in at 4, Harmanpreet, and then Jamima, the busy cricketer, and then the power of Richa Ghosh. Alongside, I have Mitali Raj joining. Marina Iqbal is remaining with us. The 3 ladies together at last. By popular demand. Not that we don't appreciate the thoughts of the gentlemen. Atupatu for her first ball. In front, question asked. Given the breakthrough. Uma Chetri, while she was given her opportunity in the final, she hasn't made the most of it. Sri Lanka up and about now. The captain, as she so often does, comes on and breaks the partnership. It's 1 for none for her.
The captain Sri Lankan team gets the 2nd wicket that was pitched up, not given much of pace, but Chetri plays sweep, misses the line completely, and she just faced 6 balls, but in the 6 balls we've seen the intent from Uma Chetri. She has to walk back, scoring 9, India 58 for 2.
Well, the question of who should bat at 3 for India still hasn't been answered. The captain walks out. Immediately, there's lots of space on the leg side, gets off the mark. These 2 will look to settle into their work now. Middle overs here. Said par score about 140, 150. Marina Iqbal, is this... Well, tell us what you thought about this one first.
Tamari took the matters in her own hands. Nicely tossed up, was touch fuller for that shot. And the pace was off. That was a trap for Uma Chetri. They have done well, Sri Lankan bowlers, in terms of giving freedom to the Indian batters. They've been forced to craft shots to get the runs going.
A much shorter one, didn't get up at all. And the gap has been found. Lots of work to do in the deep, and the power is there, but the placement as well. Mandana just continues where she's been the mainstay for India. Another boundary, the first off to Mari.
Pitch too short, and Smriti picks the short balls quite quicker, and she gets that right in the gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. So once you get a wicket, the first ball, and then follow it up with a single and a boundary, the pressure is back on the bowler.
Just tucked up for room there. Smriti Mandana follows up that boundary with a single. Current run rate takes India to around 150. I'm sure they won't be happy with that, but if these two stay together for a few hours, they could be looking 160, 170.
Shamaria Tapatu has got a decorated career. Loves to lead from the front. Yeah, Harman will settle in, she will take her time, but anything in her zone, she will go for it, and Mandana is well settled in.
Short again, but the field has been put in mid-wicket there, plug that gap. That is a favourite area for Harmanpreet to get off strike. Just 4 fielders on the offside. There's a boundary fielder quite square. 3 out on the leg side. Much better delivery. Closes it out well. 1 for 6 for Chamari. Comes on, takes the wicket. 9 done, and India 64 for 2. Two of the bowlers quite expensive, Prabodani and Nissan Sala. Other bowlers have been really good. Sugandika Kumari in particular just went for 3 in her over. The spinners, as usual in this competition, making themselves felt. It's the 2 senior pros, Kaur and Mandana. They're out in the middle. Mandana has, well, she was put down early, but this was the 50 in the last final. From just 25 deliveries, she was in incredible form, played all around the ground, and after a disappointing innings with the bat for Sri Lanka, she showed them how it's done. 51 from 25, that was the last one. 2 years later, Sri Lanka looking to come back strong. They're in another final. This time they're bowling first. They lost the toss, in fact. It was India who elected to bat first, but Chamari Atapati said she was happy to get the ball in hand first. Sugandika back into the attack. This is a good matchup. Sugandika against Harmanpreet Kaur.
Harman as a batter is very good with the spinners because she's someone who uses her footwork, but she takes a little time to set in. But she has a set batter, Smriti Mandana, on the other end, who's on 37. Both seasoned campaigners in the Indian team and experienced when it comes to this format. Harman has played around 170 or T20s, and she knows how to build the innings around. Losing 2 wickets, coming into bat, and you have Smriti Mandana on the other end.
3 fielders out in the deep on the leg side now. They've decided to go at 5 on the offside for Sugandika. This ball with a little bit more pace. Well, if you missed it, Mandana was dropped early on. They would have been worried for a minute, but the catch went down. She's making them pay. Sri Lanka dropped on 10 off 10 deliveries. How different it would look right now if it was 66 for 3. Sri Lanka will be desperate to get into the middle order. Lifted over, the space is found, but the fielder in the deep is quite straight, so it'll just be a single. Good option hitting with the wind.
Yeah, that's one of her strengths, and obviously she'll be eyeing to push a little bit more now with the run rate as well. Harman would be happy to just nudge around, but Mandana, she's well settled in on 38. Will be looking and eyeing for those boundaries.
Good length again, forcing Harmanpreet Kaur to just push it into the leg side, just trying to keep these two quiet. What's not quiet is the crowd that we have in here for the final. Absolutely brilliant to see the queues out on the road when we were arriving in earlier. It is a little bit late maybe. having to deal with the crowds, but they've been full of voice throughout the tournament, especially when Sri Lanka have played. And now they're even more full of voice. Well, that was what we had to deal with coming in. We didn't get the face paint, missed out. Maybe next time, maybe at half-time. But they are really enjoying this women's team and how they've come on in the last year. Great to see the support. Much fuller. Little inside edge, that could have gone anywhere.
I think indeed it's a big crowd turning up. As the match progresses, we'll see many people coming in to watch this game. That was pretty close. Fuller length, almost Smriti almost yorked it, but it's lucky there. Trying to get past the infield.
10 overs gone, 68 for 2. It's very well set for a great final. The teams will have a drink. That's the batting card so far. Smriti Mandana put down on 10. She's still there, 38 from 29. Harmanpreet Kaur, well, she's out in the middle. We spoke to her earlier about her plans on how to play good cricket every game.
हर एक मैच में अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलना और बार बार उस चीज़ को रिपीट करना, दैट इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सनली आई फील. आई थिंक ज़्यादा हम लोग अपने ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं डाल रहे बिकॉज वी नो इफ़ वी प्ले गुड क्रिकेट रिजल्ट हमारे फेवर में होगा. तो वही एक फोकस है कि जब भी हम लोग मैच खेल रहे हैं अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलें और एक दूसरे को बैक करें.
More plans being made. Harmanpreet Kaur, she hasn't been out there for too long. I'm sure she'll relish the opportunity to get out there in the middle. Both India and Sri Lanka will be pleased with how things have gone. Shefali Verma looked in good touch, and so did Smriti Mandana. She was put down, but anything loose she's put away. This was the chance. Samara Vikrama, it's a fielding effort she'll want to forget. That one almost made it to the fielder as well, but since then she's looked faultless. Smriti Mandana. Anything that she can hit into the leg side, she's finding the gap. But Shefali Verma, she wasn't happy with this one, felt she was too far down, but the decision went the way of Sri Lanka. And Uma Chetri, her short stay at the crease was ended quite early when she misjudged the length and was sent back. So it's Kaur and Mandana. Out in the middle, the captain, Jamari Yatapatu, with ball in hand. Starts again with a full delivery.
I think Sri Lanka should have been a little more aggressive when Harman is on strike with those singles. I mean, she's not going to come out and straight away looking for the boundaries. Just the chat in the middle. Probably they would definitely want India to push a little bit more in terms of the run rate. So Smriti might have to take that role up now.
Well, for both batters, they're being given the easy single into the leg side. Forefield is saving the single on the offside for Mandana, so that's probably the boundary option she'll be eyeing. Long off out as well. Lack of pace on the ball, she just eases it down the ground. It was aerial, but the placement was perfect. What will have been the chat? Mitali Raj, you've played plenty of times for India. What would have been the chat, do you reckon, out there?
Well, I think as Marina said, when the batter is new to the crease, that's the time that you can put pressure on them. The first 6 to 10 balls, very vulnerable. They're trying to get their rhythm, the bat swing right, analyzing what sort of a bowling is being bowled to them. That's the period that you can get wicket. And Harman is a big wicket. And if you can put a little bit pressure, because so far she's been getting those easy singles, and she knows she doesn't really have to push hard because she had a set batter on the other end, Smriti Mandana, who's getting those boundaries. All they have to do is try and get the singles and boundaries going every over to up the run rate.
Hit into the leg side aerial, but doesn't quite carry. The wind helping it somewhat, but Dilhari decided to bail on that opportunity. Well, looking at the run rate, current run rate, Marina 6.8. Sri Lanka maybe just trying to have a few quiet overs and take wickets because of pressure. That's the head-to-head. 7 innings, and Atipatu has taken the wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur twice. We'll come back to that. Really flighted delivery, beautifully placed, but doesn't have the power. Just the single.
Yeah, I think it's ideal for Sri Lanka just to buy time. Don't give a lot of pace, especially to Mandana, and it would be an ideal way to toss it up to her. She's very strong off the back foot. She can go for that slog sweep, but you have to be careful with the pace.
Well, goes over extra cover. Lots of work to do in the beat deep for Nilakshi De Silva. Doesn't manage to cut it off. So after a decent over, it finishes with a boundary. Chamari Atipatu has more thinking to do. 11 overs gone. India 77 for 2.
That's lovely. Just the flight actually prompted Smriti Mandana to come down the track, get close to the pitch of delivery, and high elbow. That's always very crucial in terms of getting the elevation and a good connection. That's a class act from Smriti. 11 gone, 77 for 2 India.
So all singles for that over. Then the boundary, the hammer blow. Nissan Sala coming on, but this was the boundary. Have a look at the pose at the end. Elegance personified.
Also, Izzy, during the break, I think there was a bit of a conversation between the coach and Smriti talking about the wind factor, how she can get through the wind. That's where I think that chat probably helped her to work more on timing. Sometimes you just need someone to just emphasize on timing when you're playing, when you have a lot of wind challenging you to play your natural shots.
So looking to make more use of the wind. That's the message that's come out to the middle, we think.
Yeah, as we look at that image there, Amol, who's also a fantastic batter, who scored a lot of runs in the domestic circuit, talking about how to counter that wind factor and still get your boundary, still play your natural shots. And Smriti just timed that ball. She had that high back lift. Looking at those flags, you can see the wind direction.
Yeah, spot on. Nissan Sala, much slower left arm spinner. She invites the batter to take her on. Have to create all of the pace. Extra cover and long off on the boundary. Square leg had to come in. It's too short, too far down leg side, and that's just help yourself time for Smriti Mandana.
That has been one of the downfalls for Sri Lanka, the inconsistency in bowling. At times they're very good in landing the right lines and lengths, but on this occasion, look at that. She had ample time to just go across deep into the crease and put it with ease over the infield. So you should know as a bowler to which batter you're bowling and what are the strengths of that batter. It's not easy, the contrast, but as a professional player, you should know that. Moves on to 48.
A change of angle, left arm around now, needs to be fuller, needs to be quicker. She is eyeing up the 50, Smriti Mandana. Well, after that Pakistan game where they didn't appeal for the stumping, everyone's going to be appealing for everything. Make sure you ask the question. Much better that one from Nissan Sala. She's finally figured out the speed that she needs to bowl at, the trajectory. Would you be asking her as captain to be executing just like that? That's what you would want her to do?
Well, when you don't have too much pace in your bowling, you would want to pitch the ball up. That is, the more ratio you have of the batter skewing it as they're just checking if she is bowling the no ball. I think she's clear there. She's well within, and this is...
Well, is there something behind the line? That's the question. I think so. She's just got her foot down in time, but it's tight. Yeah, the foot's down as the bails are dislodged. It was close. She held on to the ball for a little bit too long. She'd thought about it a bit quicker. That could have been the end of Mandana. Look how long she holds on to this one here. And stands up as well. That's where the mistake is made by Sanjuani. If she could have got the ball to the stumps sooner, she just didn't collect it cleanly, did she?
Yeah, Anushka, on that occasion, just a little bit of delayed collection that actually prompted Smriti to get back in time. I don't think that she was in danger anyway. Had something behind the line. Should be safe.
Yeah, having a look at that, it looked like the spikes were down anyway, weren't they? So Smriti Mandana, probably not as comfortable as we thought on first look. It was touch and go, but she's still out there. Richa Ghosh, she's probably keen to get out there. This was the chance. And a little bit of untidiness behind the stumps, possibly costing Sri Lanka there. Anushka Sanjuani had to collect that from under the arm. So Nissan Sala already gone for 15 in just 9 deliveries, looking to bring things back. Again, a better trajectory, just the single. She will have to wait another delivery for Mandana's 50.
Yeah, she's too comfortable playing off the back foot. Elegance, and someone else who I know that played some fantastic, elegant back foot punches, sitting right beside me. Mithali Raj, I've always watched that. But yeah, again, at times we mentioned that Mandana does struggle. She tries to hammer it down, that's when she struggles.
Strong sweep from the captain. Too much work to do in the deep. She's so good at that length. There's 4 all the way from the bat. Sweeping a gap between the fielders in the deep, and Harmanpreet Kaur getting in on the act.
This is such a productive shot, especially when you're playing spinners in Asian conditions, and Harman is very good playing these sweeps. This is one of the shots that she usually practices as part of her routine before getting into batting, and we get to see why she's so good playing this shot.
And the fielder a little bit closer than we first thought. Lakshya De Silva just bounced over her head somewhat. Leading edge chance. Taken, the wicket's gone! Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain, after an incredible sweep shot. She plays a full shot. Nissan Sala gets the breakthrough, and an excellent catch diving in front of her. Sri Lanka's fielding is back, and this game is in the balance.
Yeah, Harmanpreet Kaur has this tendency to work it into the onside. Against the spin, didn't cover the line. It wasn't an easy chance, but Sri Lanka made sure they cashed on this one. It is a big wicket, just when we thought Harmanpreet was loosening up for the big ones. Sri Lanka's got the breakthrough.
Hasn't scored a run in the tournament, hasn't bowled a ball, but Lakshya De Silva, you little beauty, you've taken a cracker. Harmanpreet Kaur gone for 11. India 87 for 3 from 12.
Jemima Rodriguez comes in. She'll be playing 100 matches, more than 2,000 numbers. She's coming in at a crucial time for India. They've just lost their skipper, Harmanpreet. She's at the non-strikers end. And that's a single, and that's a 50 for Priti Mandana. Consecutive 50s in the Women's Asia Cup final. 26th 50 in T20 International, which is now the second most in Women's T20 Internationals.
I think it is a very good innings that she stitched. She started a little cautiously. There was a dropped catch, but then that didn't really affect her as much. She's tried to muscle the ball here there, but she got her timing right. And it is so important for India right now to have Smriti Mandana in the middle. They just lost the big wicket, Harmanpreet Kaur. And Jemima Rodriguez, who's walked in at number 5. An ideal situation, which suits her game.
still quite a few overs left, but it'll be important to see how they go about their job with the bat. But what an excellent 50 from Smriti Mandhana. Round of applause from the dugout. Why not? She's held the innings together. Still has a job to do. Nicely played straight to the field, and this is what is going to create a little bit pressure, because she's just come on to bat, and it's important for someone like Jamaria Tapatu to ensure that the field is set in a way that it puts a little bit more pressure. She has now got 4 on the offside inside the circle, 3 on the onside for Jemima. So there are 7 fielders inside the circle. This is really good.
Well, this will definitely force Jemima to go over, because she has mid-off and mid-on also in the circle and a spinner operating.
Yeah, she has to start finding the gaps, but otherwise it might just put a little bit of pressure to Mandhana as well. That's the wicket of the skipper. Just closing the face of the bat and getting a leading edge. Lovely catch. It's a big wicket. They know how important it is. It is the final of the Women's Asia Cup 2024. They've met each other in the head-to-head. They've played 23 times. 19 times India have gone on to win. Oh, again! Nearly right at the edge of the fingertips.
All happening in this over, though it was a little far off for the bowler. But I think, yes, we can clearly see there is a bit of pressure on Jemima to work that out, work a single there. But a good try from the bowler. A little slow off the wicket. She played it through anyway.
It's an excellent effort. That's swept away. What's good now for India is that she will be on strike with that single. Excellent over comes to an end. Only 3 in that over. After 13, it's 90 for 3.
And that's Smriti Mandhana's 50. She played all around. Her back foot are pretty strong. That's a little half chance, I would say, but she's played her sweeps. She played across. This is a scoop, which is pretty new, relatively new for Smriti, but off the legs, she's been exceptionally good. And that is a well-stitched 51 from Smriti Mandhana's bat, which has kept the Indian batting innings together.
I think she needs to just bat as long as possible, because she's the one who's set, striking at 137. And she needs to, I know that they'll be looking to score and quickly and pick up boundaries, but I think main thing is for her is to make sure that she stays around. Yes, 26 50-plus scores in Women's T20 International. Susie Bates is the one she's catching up to. 29 for her. We'll have to wait and see, because I think an important role needs to be played by Jemima, just to take a little bit pressure off Mandhana's shoulders here.
Yes, that's the stat. Smriti Mandhana in T20s international with a strike rate of 123. She has played 141 matches. Look at those 50s there, 26. Her best has been 87. But aggregate 3,485 runs. I think she's been one of the mainstays for the Indian team and been very consistent, I might say. Heavily dependent on her also to come good in big events, big games. And she's more often than not has come good for India. That's a good timing from Jemima. And a brilliant effort there. Good athleticism from Sri Lankan fielder chasing it. And she saved that boundary.
Yeah, outstanding. Good cricket all around. Lovely touch, deft touch. Chini in pursuit and flicks it back. That is brilliant. That is an excellent effort. Saving a single here. It's a run rate. It's 7. With this run rate, they will end up scoring 139. They'll be hoping that they can get close to 150. A little bit wide, and that should be a boundary. Beautifully played. Too much width. She helps it on and wait for another boundary.
I think that's a good boundary in this over. You see she's pulled herself a little outside leg stump to make room because the bowler was bowling way away from the stumps, creating that angle. Because there was nobody patrolling in that area of the ground. It was a welcome boundary. If India can manage to get boundary every over with Smriti on one end, they'd still have Richa Ghosh who has yet to come. India can easily push towards 150, 160. But it's very important right now to stitch a small partnership there with Jemima with another 6 overs to go.
India has Richa waiting in the wings. This time it's on the onside, but she just cannot find the gap. Yeah, the last win for Sri Lanka came in the year 2022 against India, where they were chasing 138. And I remember the venue was Tambola. They chased it and they won by 7 wickets. Chamaria Tapatu scored 80, unbeaten 80, guiding her team to the victory of just 48 deliveries. It's been a while. Been a while for Sri Lanka to win against India in this format. Again a sweep. With that single, the 100 comes up. After 14, it's 100 for 3. After a 14th over, India has picked up 100 for 3. They started cautiously, big over. The 6th over was a big over. The problem is that they've lost wickets. They've lost 3 wickets. That's why the run rate is still hovering around 7.14 here. And this will be her last over. None for 17 for Inoshi. Jemima has got 5 of 6. She hasn't picked up a boundary. 10 fours for Mandana. Well, this time she's connected well and has got 1 bounce to the fence.
Yes, anything pitched up, the Indian batters are very good slogging it. And Jemima is also one of those batters who plays the sweeps very well. She used her bottom hand to create that room and also to play it in the aerial, and she got it for a bounce there. Nobody patrolling that part of the ground because the fielders, you can find now the fielder is pushed behind. She had long on, deep square leg and sweeper, but short mid-wicket has gone behind.
Yeah, she averages 50 against Sri Lanka in the 13 matches that she's played, more than 400 runs. So she enjoys batting against the same opponent. A strike rate of 133. She's already picked up 350s and 5 scores of 30 plus. Talking about wickets, that's the first one. I thought she was a bit unlucky. She was way down the track on fire, giving it in favor of the bowler. Not happy. This was a plum in front. Omar getting trapped. Skipper picking up a wicket, and then this. A lovely catch. Leading edge. Shouts of catch it, but it'll drop short of that fielder. It'll be a single.
I think we've seen the run rate from the first over, and we've seen that the 6th over was been the biggest over for India. That came off the fast bowler. And today, Chamari Atapatu's 11 is only, they have only 1 fast bowler. The rest of them are all spinners. So you can expect a lot of sweeps. And as we speak, Jemima attempts another sweep but doesn't really connect, and she gets, will she get a boundary? And she does. Now this is what the skipper of the Sri Lankan team is not too happy with, the efforts put in by the fielder.
The Jemima will be very happy. It's an inside edge, trying to play that sweep, conventional sweep. But again, not a great piece of fielding in the deep. Should have been stopped. He actually stopped it. And the dive, just the dive, just a little bit too late. Had it been a little bit quicker, she would have pulled it back. Not happy at all. 10 runs already in this over. Remember, first ball went for a boundary. The last one has gone for a boundary. Couple of singles. This should get them going. Yes, now the current rate says that if they go with the same run rate, they'll end up scoring 150. That's exactly what India would have hoped for. A good comeback from the bowler.
Yes, when you have the spinners operating from both ends, clearly these are the shots that you will get to see the batters playing more often, the sweeps, the reverse sweeps, scoops. Because of the wind factor, you may not really see the power hitting. But yes, they do have the fielders patrolling, and there you see Jemima takes the aerial route over mid-off to get a boundary, one bounce boundary. It's a big over. India 114 for 3.
Yeah, boundary to finish the over. Another over, very good over, 14. They've got a couple of overs which have given them 14 runs. 44 in the first 6 and then 70 for 3. And the innings gets going now. Chamari to continue. This time is Smithy. Again, trying to create the gap, but doesn't find the gap. Only a single. Again, lovely use of the feet.
Yes, and this is the last boundary that Jemima hit through the line, and she had to bend her back leg to get that power going behind that shot, because there was not much pace on the ball, but she gets it for a boundary, for a one bounce boundary, because mid-off was in the circle.
Yeah, straight away Amul Manjumdar said to shot. He enjoyed that. So did she. She's now moved very quickly to 18 of just 11. Again, making room. This time it's on the onside. In the gap, is it? No, it's not. Looking to step up here. Looking to put a little bit more pressure onto the bowlers. The partnership now 29 of 20. And she's raced over to 19 of just 12 deliveries.
I think it's a clear plan now, because it's the last phase in the innings. Both the batters, there's Smriti Mandhana one end, Jemima, they have to keep pushing for runs, because they have a player like Richa Ghosh yet to come in, who's also someone who can actually get about 12 to 15 runs in an over. So here India will definitely try to score as many runs as they can in this stage.
Now then, it's already been called a no-ball. The crowd gets excited, but have a look at the umpire. It's outstretched stand. It's a no-ball.
I think it bounced twice, and Chamari by now should know that it's a no ball. She should have thrown it at the bowler's end when Smriti still hasn't reached the end. But it's quite surprising.
Good point here. There you go. That is gone. That has gone many miles. That's gone for the maximum. Terrific hit from Jemima.
Good conversion, I would say, there to get a 6 of a pre-hit. Pitched very short. There is absolutely no pace in that. But Jemima rocks back, uses the crease to go deep in and places it over square leg for a maximum.
She's played some good shots. She's played some powerful shots. Misfielder will allow the batter come back for the second. Very good. You were making that point that where was the non-striker? She took the catch. Look how far she still is. She could have actually attempted to try to throw it back on the non-striker's end. That's not the case. Another very good over with that single. The score moves to 127. 13 in that over. 127 for 3. India looking strong as we approach the final 4. And Kavisha Dilari has stood out. She'll have a role to play. Try and keep the batting effort. The score within reach. Pivotal 4 overs coming up. Crowd knows it. It's a hot afternoon, but this is an outstanding turnout. And Jemima Rodrigues is already off to a flyer. Here is Dilari. Has both weapons in her arsenal, the off and the leg. Run out chance! That could be out! Sri Lanka believe! And has Jemima judged that horribly wrong? We go upstairs. Massive moment in the innings.
Sachini Nisansala. She's into the team today, and this was a poorly judged because the fielder was directly in line with that ball. She's able to attack the ball. It's a shorter throw, and you can tell from the reaction of the batter, Jemima, she knew she was short. As soon as that was taken, she dropped her head. She knew she was gone.
TV umpire Himangi Erzal from the UAE has an easy decision, and it'll be received with a roar in Dambola. They know the importance of striking in these final 4. Jemima Rodrigues is livid. Ball in the leg break. It was her call. I think she was the one that pushed forward, running to the danger end, and in spite of a full stretch dive. Nushka Sanjeevani had very little to do. Well, could this be just the tonic Sri Lanka need as we enter closing phases of this innings? Jemima Rodrigues is gone for 29. It's a big wicket. 128 for 4 India.
When you think about that wicket, is it exactly what India need to really elevate themselves? Because the new batter, she's the biggest striker in the game right now, Richa Ghosh. 55 matches, 130 runs. Don't worry too much about that. It's the strike rate, 139, but even better than that in this Asia Cup. So she is a big wicket. If they can get back-to-back wickets in this over or maybe in the next, then Sri Lanka can start thinking about keeping the run rate down.
And there's only one fielder deep on the offside, and that is the area that Richa Ghosh targets. That is the shot of her batter in form. She's off with 4.
Yeah, it's a tailor-made situation for Richa Ghosh, coming in straight away, carrying on from where she left. In her zone, tossed up, clearing the front leg, and made sure they went on with the shot with the extension of the arms. So Sri Lanka might be happy for the run out, but they have a lot more work to do now with Smriti well settled in, Richa walking in. Things can be tricky for them.
And she will take the bowling on, and she has instantly. Sri Lanka would know this. Most of Ghosh's attacking shots on the offside. Riz's deep cover now. It's been leg break first ball, off spin the second, back to the leg spinner now by Dilari. Useful skill. And this is a gift that India have given in the form of Jemima Rodrigues' wicket.
Well, the other thing to pay attention to here is who the fielder is. She's a left armer. That was the key with the throw, because she was approaching to the left, able to pick up and release quickly. If that had been a right arm fielder, I reckon Jemima Rodrigues would have been home. That's the left arm throw. And a kind bounce as well. Didn't bounce up too much, skidded on, made it easy for the keeper.
Soho coming, and still gets away with it.
Dropped on 10 off 10 deliveries. 50 runs since then in just 36 balls, so it's been a costly drop that Sri Lanka have had.
Just the one fielder in the deep on the offside. Smriti likes to go inside out. Well, this time targets leg side, in the air, this will take some catching! And it is Shamaria Tapatu, who else? There is nothing that the Sri Lankan captain cannot do. And that is the big wicket of Mandana. India are 5 down. Double strike in the over for Sri Lanka.
Dilhari yet again creating a chance, and this time the skipper herself has completed the catch. A wild swing, no pace whatsoever, had to drag it and put some power behind the shot. Easily taken. Sri Lanka have managed to put barricades whenever India got some momentum going on. Another one down, and this is a big wicket.
Well, what a moment that is. It'll just reinvigorate the enthusiasm of the Sri Lankans. They believe India perhaps in a spot of bother. 1-3-3 for 5. Pooja Vastrakar, for the first time with bat in the tournament. Could have helped herself or rather her team to a single. That is a decisive over. 2 wickets in it. 1-3-4 for 5. Well, we're getting deeper than we ever have for this Indian team in this Women's Asia Cup 2024.
Well, whatever total you were thinking about, just readjust it, because Mandana has gone, Vijayavaskar is there, much different average, strike rate's decent, she'll look to run well. This is the last wicket, just trying to fetch it from too far outside off, and against the spin as well. You don't want anyone else other than Shamaria Tapatu being the one running in. Great hands, and that crowd really enjoyed that one. Dropped on 10, ended up on 60, so it's cost Sri Lanka 50, but they finally have her out.
She was out there in the middle against the UAE, Vastrakar. She's had a key role to play as an all-rounder, primarily with ball. In fact, didn't bat in the T20I series at home against South Africa. So it's been a while since she's had work to do in the middle. More than capable, though. Can hit the long ball along with Richa Ghosh. Sugandhika will bowl out.
It's really handy when you get a player like this who hasn't batted in the tournament, because you can just sneak a few dots through. 1 dot, then a single. Now you want to make sure Richa Ghosh maybe gets off strike straight away. Give her a single. So whatever it is you need to bowl to make sure that she gets off strike, that's what you need to do. Big gap between deep backward square and mid wicket, so that'll be a concern. And no fielder out in the offside other than mid off. So that's what Richa Ghosh will be eyeing up.
Just over, no, through the hands, put down. Surely put down. And it's Harshita Samara Wickrama for the second time today. And she had a shocker of it in the semi-final as well. How big is this moment? How close did she get?
Harshita yet again was slammed hard, no doubt. Just the time of the jump wasn't right. Brushed her fingers. Another chance gone begging. Would have been a big blow for India.
Ghosh goes leg side. Yeah, Samara Wickrama just looks like a fielder whose confidence is sinking. Put down Mandana. Shamaria Tapatu's trying to hide her. But how big is that moment? Richa Ghosh, key difference between where India finish.
Yeah, when you think about that catch, the timing of the jump was wrong, and that's what happens sometimes when you got the power of someone like Richa Ghosh. Comes onto you a little bit more quickly than perhaps you've been practicing. Deepti Sharma. She gives a little bit of insurance to India's batting lineup, but she doesn't have the hitting power, more of a touch player rather than power. Yeah, that ball just coming on to Samara Vikrama a bit more quickly than she was expecting. This one won't or shouldn't beat 45, it doesn't.
Eventful over, they could have had Ghosh. Sugandhika, none for 23 over 4, it's 140 for 5. Richa Ghosh, this is what she can do. She gets going. First T20I half century. Just blazed away, had plenty of time. And just carted the UAE bowling who had no answers. India powering themselves to 200 plus. First time in T20I cricket. They put her down. That is dangerous because that's how well she strikes. Last couple of years, batters that have got at least 500 runs or more. Richa Ghosh at 147.
Incredible to see Elise Perry in that list. Someone who's famed for taking a little bit of time in her T20 cricket. That's not what Richa Ghosh does. Never in her career.
Dilari, big over, penultimate. That's out, surely. Heard 2 sounds. No, says Salima Imtiaz. They cannot believe it, Sri Lanka. Anushka Sanjeevani has a look of disgust. Well.
Well, this is a shocker. Leg spinner. Gave herself room. There's genuine turn here and bounce, and that's a genuine edge. And the sound was there as well. So no wonder Dilari is disappointed. She maybe got away with the LBW earlier on. She should have got that one. How costly will that decision be? Dropped in the previous over, given not out in this one. Sri Lanka need to dust themselves off because it's a big 2 overs coming up.
And that is insult to the disappointment of the previous ball. They need to put that behind them, Sri Lanka, because Ghosh will. That's a boundary to follow the reprieve.
Oh, that's why she's so lethal. Has huge range of shots. You cannot keep her down quiet in either side of the wicket. It was in a zone. The wrist coming into play. Good stable base. And she is hitting to look for those boundaries.
Well, you get some that go for you, some against. Tough on the umpires. It's nearly a packed house. Lots of noise. Ghosh goes down the ground and off the bounce in 4. She is making Sri Lanka pay.
Well, this isn't the assured looking Ghosh we're used to seeing, because this was a smear down the ground. It's just the power that she has that's managed to save her. Trying to beat the fielder in the deep, she's gone straight, and that's what meant that she didn't get caught here, but it doesn't look easy out there for the Indian batter. Perhaps the wicket's falling at the other end, having an impact on her somewhat.
Chamaria Tapatu needs to just settle her team's emotions. The change in the field. There is a fielder in the deep now on the offside. Dilari still has 3 balls to impact this game. They get Ghosh now, they limit the damage. It's already 148. This will take some chasing. And Richa Ghosh in 9 balls can take that in excess of 160. Possibly 170. They need to keep their cool, Sri Lanka. Not had reviews through the tournament. Umpires have by and large done a good job.
Richa would probably be looking to go offside behind square, just giving herself some room.
Oh, that sounded good. Fielders can only watch that. That is a massive 6 to bring up the 150. Richa Ghosh is giving India the finish they want.
This is the off spinner, and she's picked well with this shot, going with the spin. It's into the breeze, but she doesn't worry about that. Full swing of the willow. Well, she's watched it go over, and the fielders in the deep didn't even move. They knew that was miles over, a huge hit. And this adds real insult to injury, considering the decision earlier in the over.
Oh, it's like Richa Ghosh doesn't care. She's not thinking about the drop chance or getting a little bit of luck. She's striking at 255. Third 50 coming up at just 29. Ghosh responsible. Well, umpire Imtiaz has been kept busy this over.
Yeah, that's what pressure can do. And Richa, when she's on the strike, oh, that was the chance. They went straight away up. Dilhari and also the keeper, but Salima Imtiaz thought it otherwise. They are livid with themselves.
Well, there might be a little reprimand coming their way. Such is the game.
I reckon they'll get away with it, because once that's watched back, you can see why the reaction. Real frustration, especially considering who it is. They'd much rather have any of those three out there in the middle than Richa Ghosh.
It's as good as a free hit for Vastrakar. They want to push for two to try and keep Ghosh on strike. Richa took off late. I think Vastrakar has just about made it. We'll go upstairs and have a look again.
Well, the captain, Shamaria Tapatu, the fielder, she does have a lot of strapping on her arms, so she looked like she took a bit longer than usual to release this delivery. The throw, yeah, just too far away from the stumps. Would have been probably better served to bounce it into the turf. And so would have been better if she'd been closer. But Pooja Vastrakar, you could tell from her reaction, she knew she was safe.
That's a good result, because they've got two, and that'll mean Richa Ghosh will keep strike for the final over. India 157 for 5. 158 for 5. Well, that over ended up yielding 18. They could have had Richa Ghosh of the first ball. It's little things like that could be decisive. And then again, they had the chance to get Ghosh earlier than that. That was their own doing.
Yeah, and just an idea what Richa can do. She was 9 of 6 deliveries when that chance went begging. Now she's 24 of 10 deliveries. Matter of few balls, things change so quickly.
Well, Sri Lanka are going to get even more disappointment coming their way, because they're behind the over rate. So we have an extra fielder inside the circle as a result. You're allowed 4, but if you don't bowl your overs in time, get penalized in the last over. Take into account the mandatory delays and whatnot. But after those allowances, Sri Lanka have not bowled their 19 in time. So we have only 3 fielders out to the dangerous Richa Ghosh. One is a cover point, the other is long on, and a deep mid-wicket, as Udeshika Prabodhani will bowl the last.
Yeah, the danger here is it's very clear what her plan is. She has to bowl full and she has to bowl wide outside off.
Over, short third. Oh, they're paying the price for not bowling their overs in time. Ghosh has flown away to her 4th 4 along with the 6 as India go past 160.
Well, how many people in the women's game can play this shot? Look how she's opened the blade, scything it over short third. Just enough pace on the ball to take it over that fielder. So difficult to set a field to her when you can have 4 out, let alone 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, because from this end, Richa, not that it won't help her, but the wind is into her favor. Prabodhani would like to keep it away, but that gives the freedom outside off stump for Richa to extend the arms and go aerial.
Within that guideline, much relief for Udeshika Prabodhani, experienced campaigner, 100 games in the last one, 38 years of age.
It's a good plan, this bowl cross seam. Sometimes it'll skid through and it hits the shiny side. Sometimes it'll stand up if it hits the seam. So just that little bit of variation there.
Mid-off is inside the circle, so to clear the infield, Richa will want 2. Vastrakar responds, it's an easy 2. She will target that region. It's where she went. The previous ball missed it. Didn't quite get the connection this time.
Yeah, that's the clear plan from Sri Lanka, and Prabodhani probably would like to shuffle maybe towards off stump. They stay there as an option to go straighter or towards the extra cover for their boundary option.
Keeper, no doubt about this one. Almost a sarcastic appeal by Anushka Sanjeevani. Has built up frustration from the last over, but Ghosh has done some damage. Eventually she is dismissed for 30. And Prabodhani has her first.
Poor batting. You knew the plan. It had to be wide outside off. This wasn't needed from Richa Ghosh. She has the power to take it down the ground, but instead she's helped it into the waiting gloves. Second time she's been caught in 2 overs. This is the one she's been given out, which has cost them 21 because she went from 9 to 30 in quick time. Richa Ghosh goes for 30. India 164 for 6.
Radha Yadav with 2 balls to go. This time it's through Sanjeevani. Thankfully she got enough of a glove on it. Only a single. Well, you can sense the emotions. They know what's at stake. This is a final. And as you just mentioning, she has all the power to go over the infield. That's the wrong option. Tough shot. Got very little on it. And Sanjeevani just being polite and inquiring of the other umpire this time. Last ball, Vastrakar. That is a strong finish by Udeshika Prabodhani and Sri Lanka. Just 7 of the last over and the wicket of Richa Ghosh, which means India, after winning the toss in the final and batting first, finish with 165 for 6. It's a strong score in the final of a major tournament. Chamaria Tapattu will be back soon now to try and push the Sri Lankan cause again. But at 165 with runs from Mandana and Jemima and Ghosh with cameos. That is India with more than something for their bowlers to bowl at.
Well, don't underestimate that last over because only 6 runs coming from it. Pujavaskar and Yadav in at the end couldn't make their presence felt, but the middle order fired again. Jemmy and Richa 29 and 30 each, but it was Smriti Mandana who held the innings together.
Yeah, Sri Lanka did manage to get wickets with regular intervals, but 44, the opening partnership with Mandana and Shefali set a foundation, and then Harmanpreet Kaur and Smriti Mandana taking it to 29, the partnership. But most important one, Jemima stepping up, and that 41 and the 31 with Richa and Pooja have given them much to bowl at.
Well, Sri Lanka up for it in front of a packed house in Dambulla, asked to bowl first. And Noshi Fernando started things off well, but any chance that Smriti Mandana and Shefali Verma got for boundaries, they took. At 10 of 10, Mandana was dropped. Harshita Samaravikrama of Kavisha Delari. And she made them pay. She's had such a good year. 50 in the last final and 60 in this one with 10 boundaries. First wicket came in the form of Shefali. Judged LBW wasn't happy. Wouldn't be the first decision that the players wouldn't be pleased about today. Uma Chetri with her first snub in the tournament. 1 boundary and much more straightforward leg before to give Atapattu her first wicket. Mandana just carried on. Had her captain for company, but not for long. Harmanpreet Kaur playing against the turn. Caught by Lakshika Silva. Smriti Mandana just helped herself to a 26th 50 in T20Is. Outworked Jemima Rodrigues, who's in at 5 as part of this new Indian batting lineup for this sort of high-impact cameo. 29 of 16. Shots in gaps. This was a comedic moment with a double bounce. Ended up being a no ball. And Jemima punished the free hit for 6. 2 sixes in the innings. Jemima Rodrigues was looking dangerous, but she has only herself to blame. Sachinini Sansala with the throw right beside the stumps. Rodrigues was dismissed for 29. Outwalk Richa to hit 4 first ball. Mandana eventually holding out. Fine catch from the captain. Yet again, Sri Lanka making matters harder for themselves. Samara Vikrama putting Ghosh down on 9. She made them pay right away. 4 fours and a 6 in Richa Ghosh's innings. Kavisha Dilari thought she had her. Not to be given on field. Udeshika Prabodhani did have her. Caught by the keeper in the final over. So 165 then, with Kavisha Dilari's figures spoiled a bit in that last over. Conceded 18, could have had Ghosh, but Sugandhika Kumari bowled well economically. 5 wickets to the bowlers and the 1 run out as India post 165. So 166 needed by Sri Lanka to make history and win their maiden Asia Cup title. Or will it be India for the 8th time? The run chase in the final is coming right up. Welcome back to the Rangiri Dambola Stadium, where we are at the halfway stage of the final of the Women's Asia Cup 2024 between Sri Lanka and India. Right, 165 posted by India. Sri Lanka will need to chase like they did a couple of nights back at this ground against Pakistan. Managed to get to 141, courtesy Chamaria Tapatu 63 and Anushka Sanjeevani, along with some handy cameos with the lower order. It was a thriller. It went down to the final over, to the penultimate ball. Anushka Sanjeevani ensuring that the host's dream of a maiden Asia Cup title remains alive. Pakistan played their part in a game that ebbed and flowed and saw both teams high on emotion. Eventually it was Sri Lanka who held their nerve to edge past Pakistan. Couldn't hold back the emotion, but that's what's bought the crowd here. Nashra Sandhu was in tears. Sri Lanka were ecstatic. Chamaria Tapatu shared a warm embrace against Pakistan. That's what Sri Lanka want to change. Runners up on so many occasions. They want to go one better and they have their home crowd in attendance. Chamaria Tapatu knows what that emotion is.
Now the time we have to beat India, but we have to stick with our plans. The main reason is India is one of the best teams in the world, no doubt about that, because they have a lot of good cricketers, they have good players, because they have a lot of experienced players. So we have to execute our plans right time, otherwise we can't win.
All eyes on her. Chamaria Tapatu. 3 back-to-back Player of the Match awards. It's fair to say it's a team sport. Sri Lanka rely on this individual so much more than anyone else. While the focus will be on Chamaria Tapatu, don't rule out Vishmi Gunaratne. Already an impressive start to her international career. Matches her captain shot for shot. Missed out in the semi-final. Can she go one better? Isabel Joyce alongside me. It's Renuka Singh Thakur, player of the match in the semi-final, player of the match in the last Asia Cup final, has ball in hand.
Yeah, she's a handy one to throw the ball to, isn't she? 50 wickets in 47 matches, Renuka Singh. Wasn't in great touch coming into this tournament, but she's come back strong, been impressive with her discipline in particular. Vishmi Gunaratne facing up first. She'll be nervous. Played an uncharacteristic shot to get out LBW. She'll be keen to get off the mark. Big gap in the covers because there's a slip in place, so anything with any width should be punished.
Sri Lanka are underway. It'll settle the nerves of Vishmi Gunaratne. This will take some chasing against a strong Indian side.
Yeah, I think this kind of total. Oh, look at that crowd. Lovely afternoon. It's starting to cool down a little bit here in Dambulla. So the umbrellas are down and they're just enjoying the sun. Well, maybe not if they're looking into it, but it's beautiful ground here.
India have not been tested, it's fair to say. They've won so easily. This crowd will play its part. If a few boundaries come in, fielders feel the pressure of the final. For that, Sri Lanka need to start well.
You're so right. We just haven't seen them have to change their plans at all, India. So I'd love to see these two openers just put them under the pump a little bit. See how they deal with the pressure. Can they bend with it or will they break? Chamaria Tapatu will have a lot to say about it.
Oh, fielder in the deep's not picked this up. The shot of a player at the peak of her powers. First boundary for Tapatu, first boundary for Sri Lanka.
Well, if she has any nerves, they're certainly not showing. What a shot this is. Have a look at the balance. Beautiful timing. The fielder in the deep helped her out, has to be said. Didn't pick it up at all. Looking into the sun, but gave the ball a head start and the ball won it to the boundary.
Keepers up straight away. So that troubled the Bangladesh top order. And Richa Ghosh walked in. She's asking Sri Lanka to stay in their crease, the batters.
Makes things really difficult for most, but when you're as strong as Chamaria Tapatu, and you can see her numbers there, 119 against Malaysia, her top score in this competition. When you're as physically strong, it's not as much of an issue as it is for maybe more diminutive cricketers.
India, no, they won't panic. They know what's expected of them. We're trying to read it, but they're dancing in Dambulla when Tapatu's in the middle. We totally endorse that, though. She is one of the best in the world, and what a tournament this has been. Just see that interest soar in the women's game. Such a good crowd for Sri Lanka at home. Renuka's responded well after being hit for 4.
Yeah, she's just adjusted the length slightly, not allowing Chamari to go on the back foot, and a little bit straighter as well. They're getting full voice in the crowd. Chamari Atapatu, I think she was really nervous in the semi-final. We saw her at times, her shot selection wasn't great. A little bit more relaxed in the final. She's got them right behind her. She knows no matter what, they'll still be with her. But the pressure on India, because it's theirs to lose, so that might help Chamari with her mindset.
They chant her name as they have all tournament. Excellent comeback from Renuka Singh Thakur. 5 of the first 2 and 4 dot balls. Sri Lanka 5 without loss. Pooja Vastrakar to share the new ball with Renuka Singh Thakur. Usual use of Vastrakar has been 1 with the new ball and comes back later, perhaps in the power play or just outside in the middle. Expect Tanuja Kanwar to have a role to play. She's only just debuted in this tournament. So Sri Lanka would identify who their scoring options are, the easier scoring options are.
Just a little bit offline there. I think Vishmi Gunaratne will be soaking this all in. The semi-final, she looked nervous on occasions, but has the strength, has the wherewithal to stay out there for as long as she can. Broke Pakistan hearts. Well, she lost her wicket at not right near the end, but she pretty much brought Sri Lanka all the way to that victory. 63 from 48, and she continues to entertain the home crowd here in Dambulla.
Can't forget the look on her face when she was dismissed. That reverse sweep hit 100 in this tournament against Malaysia, 119. Became the first and only batter to hit a century in the tournament. Most runs and sixes in this edition with 3 Player of the Match awards. On strike now to Pooja Vastrakar. Just seems up for it. Just that punch of the first ball, and when she defends, big score in a semi-final chase would just make her feel so much better coming into the final at Atapatu.
Well, when I was thinking about this game coming into it, I thought best chance for Sri Lanka, bat first, big score for Chamari, no scoreboard pressures, so to speak. So I thought chasing might be a little bit more difficult for her when she's got her eyes on that scoreboard. Well, that's the kind of touch that she's in, a little misfield, an unusual misfield from Radha Yadav, but it'll just yield a single. But yeah, I was thinking, you know, the pressure on, scoreboard pressure, home team. I didn't know whether she had it in her to chase it, but it's shots like this tells me that she's in the right mindset, because that's been hit with serious power.
They're an efficient fielding side, India, up to their game against Bangladesh. Those are the little things that can happen in a final, especially when you've got crowd supporting the opposition. This is good from... Oh, terrible mix-up! That is just a gift, an unforced error. Vishmi Gunaratne stranded at the same end as her captain. Silence in the stadium as India have their first without barely breaking a sweat.
Well, there was a single there, there's no doubt about it. She's so good at placing this into the leg side, Vishmi Gunaratne. It's one of her biggest strengths is finding the gap. They usually have such a good understanding, but Chamari Atapatu, just the fear of the final, fear of getting out. Vishmi Gunaratne, disappointment for her because it was a good shot, it was a single, but she's missed out in the final. She goes for one. Sri Lanka lose their first, they're 7 for 1.
That is a disastrous start for Sri Lanka. Harshita Samaravikrama owes her team some runs. Put down Smriti Mandana, put down Richa Ghosh. She's a more than capable batter to make up for it. Has runs in the tournament. She's in early. And there would be nerves. Astrakar's got her tail up. India will sense the pressure. Now just have a look at how far Chamari Altapattu is already out of her own crease. Gunaratne's call. Chamari's taken such a head start, and then watch the ball. She's livid.
She's incredulous, there's no doubt about it. They usually have such a good understanding, these two. It's been one of the things that's elevated this Sri Lanka team in the last 18 months is these two and how they've batted together. Chamari Altapattu, she's just left out there, and I'm sure right now she's got a feeling in the pit of her stomach because she knows that that was entirely her fault.
She just has to put it behind, reset right away. Well, wicket in that over of Vishmi Gunaratne. It's 7 for 1. Right, horrible mix-up in the last over, accounting for the run out of Vishmi Gunaratne. Sri Lanka must still believe they can do it without one of their form batters. Vishmi started the tournament with 50. It's gone quiet since her Asia Cup is over. Now Altapattu to take strike for the first time since that mix-up. Renuka. Up and over. That is how you put the error behind you. Chamari Altapattu starts the third over with a beautiful boundary.
Well, if you want to know how to quieten the crowd, take a wicket. If you want to know how to lift them, play a shot like this. Again, opens the face in such style over the offside. The fielder's up. Renuka Singh Thakur just strays ever so slightly in her line, ever so slightly in her length, and that's all that a player like Chamari Altapattu needs.
Need your big names. Step up on the big stage. Outside the line of leg stump. Just held my thought till we had a decision from the umpire. She's had a pretty good day. Umpire Jacket from Bangladesh.
Yeah, she has. This one outside the leg stump pitch. It's one of the easier ones. That's absolutely miles outside. The only thing is when you're a right arm bowler and you're not used to bowling over the stumps, you sometimes think those are out because you're so used to bowling over the wicket at right-handers. Changing the field, extra cover on the boundary now after that boundary. Deep backwards square leg, the other fielder out. Just thinking about that run out again. Criminal offence from Chamari Altapattu. If you take a look at her, she should be looking at her partner, just waiting for the call. As soon as it's hitting to the leg side, that's the call of Vishmi Gunaratne. Instead, Chamari Altapattu has a good look at the fielder. She's staring at her, and she doesn't have the angle. So she should just be running because Vishmi Gunaratne knew exactly where the ball had gone. She knew it was a single. That's the kind of understanding they usually have, but not today.
Well, it's a little bit of deja vu as well. There is a sweeper, it will be a single. And these two teams played the last Asia Cup final in Sylhet. Sri Lanka batted first, and both Altapattu and her opening partner were run out. Anushka Sanjeevani was opening on that day. And it was Altapattu run out first. An innings that starts with a run out, always considered a little inauspicious, but Chamari Altapattu needs to perhaps improve on that record going forward.
It's something that we used to speak about earlier in her career. She got run out a lot. It was something we targeted. We'd always throw her end. She's improved in it by and large, but in this tournament maybe not so much. Single for Samara Vikrama.
It'll make her feel so much better as well. Harshita Samara Vikrama, capable batter. One of 7 players in this 11 that played that last final in 2022 that felt the disappointment of barely putting up a contest. Sri Lanka just managed 65. They're a much better team. They've enjoyed great success this calendar year. Significant wins overseas. Oh, look at that field there. Got 3 fielders waiting for perhaps a catch uppish outside off. But Chamaria Tapatu buses this through mid-wicket. 2 boundaries in the over. 17 for 1 Sri Lanka. Well, she's going to stay there at number 1. Shefali and Smriti have done what they could. She has been a standout batter this tournament. Win or lose, she's a contender for player of the tournament. Shots like that.
Yeah, real captain's nightmare, because the plan was set. Deepti Sharma come in catching an extra cover, 3 fielders behind point, and then you drop it short. Absolutely nobody out there.
Here is Deepti Sharma. And she's going to have to start with some runs. Atapatu leading run scorer. Deepti Sharma is the leading wicket taker of the tournament. She's been trusted with her experience to come in the power play ahead of Tanuja Kanwar. 2 left-handers as well.
Well, I think this is a matchup that Samara Vikrama will be pleased about. Deepti Sharma, 130 wickets in her 117 matches. She'll be eyeing up that spot that's held by Nida Dar of highest wicket taker in the T20I women's game.
She's bowling in the power play. She's got both fielders in the deep on the leg side. It's a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. No one deep on the offside or straight.
No third either, so the reverse sweep is on. Has to bowl straight.
Finds the fielder. It's a little bit short. That's what she's going to have to test Samara Vikrama with. Can she just find the gaps, the offside?
It was short, but it was straight. So difficult to find the gap on the offside. A little bit of width, and I think she would have found the gap. Samara Vikrama, still so young. She'll have to put her fielding effort behind her, something she wasn't able to do in the semi-final.
All that experience, just truckloads of experience with Deepti Sharma. Varies the pace.
She looks jittery. The number 3 batter wants pace on the ball. She wants to sweep, but that's been plugged up. A very fine leg on the ring there, so she can't ramp it over there. If she's brave, she could go reverse.
Plays a shot in anger, but plays it into safe space. That'll settle the nerves of Harshita Samara Vikrama. It's her first boundary.
After trying to play straight a couple of balls, she goes back to her strength. Very good on the sweep, very good square of the wicket. Fetches it from outside off stump, has to reach, but just about gets enough to get it over the field on the leg side, helped by the line. It was somewhat leg side. And this is the kind of innings she has to play, because 160, throw caution to the wind. Don't worry about knocking it around too much. It's power play time. You have to score boundaries.
That's excellent work. Slight mix-up. It was Jemima Rodrigues. This time no harm done. 6 of Deepti's first. It's 23 for 1. And Sri Lanka have had quite the road, filled with drama, to this final. Well, Bangladesh, formidable opposition in this group. just brushed aside with significant ease. Then Chamari put on a show against Malaysia, career best 119. Thailand posed very little, but then everything came in the form of this breathtaking semi-final just 2 nights back. Natapatu led them. Anushka Sanjeevani finished it off. They'll need their batting to have similar returns today.
Short ball, but she needs to play something really special. Sri Lanka will need her to fire up, because if you just look at the required run rate, it's just touching 9 runs in an over here. Original rate was 8.3. They've lost the wicket, but what they will be expecting, the Sri Lankan fans, which have come in big numbers, really good crowd here. Once again, the skipper plays a crucial role, pulled away, just a single. And I'll say a very good evening to Mithali Raj and Marina Iqbal.
Good evening to you as well. Yeah, Chamari is a little cautious against pacers. Won't be easy to put Pooja away from runs because she's skiddy, got some pace on. At times you think that you can play that pull shot, but it's not that easy. But once the spinners are on, that's where Chamari would like to dominate the innings.
That was a close call, pitched up to Chamari. The umpire doesn't seem interested, but I think so far Chamari has played good shots. Look at the ball, it was a slower one. She didn't pick and she got cramped, but seemed like down the leg. Quite animated appeal from the Indian skipper, and I'm sure it is for the wicket that was, and this was clobbered, but brilliant fielding there by Chetri, who's the second keeper in the squad, but look at her fielding in the boundary line. She literally stopped a sure shot boundary there.
Yeah, good cricket all around. It's a lovely shot, but have a look at this fielding in the deep. That is 100% commitment. Brilliant from Uma Chetri. Coming inside the line and is scooping it. Hasn't got enough bat, but she should come back for the second.
That's good cricket. Harshita, now she needs to focus on her batting. Whatever is done is dusted in the field, but she needs to get some support going for Chamari. She's much more confident and comfortable facing the pacers, and on this occasion she picked up the length early, had enough room to play that scoop.
Again cramping her for room to finish the over. Just 5 in that over. After 5, Sri Lanka 28 for 1. .165 for 6. And Smriti Mandana was outstanding with the bat, 60 of 47. Richa Ghosh also a quick fight, 30 of 14. And Jemima Rodriguez also adding a little bit of flair with that quick fight, 29 of 16. 55 runs in the last 5 overs for India, ensuring they have a really good total on the board. All right, time for a change. Tanuja Kanwar is the new bowler. Sri Lanka will have to really think in the direction of how to score and score quickly here.
Last over for the power play. Chamari might be eyeing Tanuja now. After that, it'll be an open field. Packed offside field. Got few protection into the leg side.
Well, talk about leg side. She starts down the leg side and it got the treatment. That's gone a long way. That is a terrific start for this over for Sri Lanka. It's the skipper who picks up a maximum.
That was the first ball which shot. It was a loosener from Tanuja. You really cannot take time to warm up here. You're bowling to the best, one of the best batters, and she is in good form. So you can't really take time. The first ball has to be on the money.
And it is also the wind direction, because it will the wind will help assist the batters to play on the onside. It's coming from the left and going towards the right. On the screen, it's going to the onside, the wind. But what a lovely shot. That is not a great ball to start the over. Better, much better.
It's all about the length and pace variation when you're bowling at Chamari, especially the length. If it's too fuller, she'll go straight down the ground. It's another boundary option, slightly short, has ample time to go deep, use the crease and get those big arms coming in. It's much better field now.
There's been a field set. There's been a change also. She has now 2 fielders protecting the boundary line in the onside, with 5 on the on, 4 on the off. 4 fielders on the off are all in the circle. And there Chamari goes for another big, and she does clear it.
The length, as I mentioned, if you pitch it up, she'll take you on. She has injected some serious power in that shot. Tanuja struggling now. Harmanpreet Kaur just walked up to her. Just look at that wrist coming in, full-blooded shot there. No worries with the wind.
It's a good option. It's a really good option. Not only playing with the wind, but also taking the right direction, playing with the spin and then hitting it out of the ground. She's got a couple of sixes already in this over. This one's tossed up, too short, too wide, 4 more.
That was slow up the wicket, but this time around she changed her line, bowled outside off stump, giving enough time for Attappattu to play it in the gap.
It has to be probably a flatter trajectory, just around that good length area. But this one again too short. Picked up the gap nicely. The fielder had no chance. Just one more ball to go. Has been a big over for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, she's the one who smashed the most sixes in this edition of the Women's Asia Cup than anyone else. Chamari Attappattu had 13 to her name before the start of this innings. She's already added 2 more, so she's got 15 sixes in this edition of the Women's Asia Cup. Very good over for Sri Lanka. 44 for 1 after 6.
Started off with the regulation opening pair. What a shot that was off the back foot. Impeccable timing, and that's a huge mix-up. Easy run out for India. First blow for Sri Lanka. Vishmi walks back, but then Harshita coming in provided some support to Chamari, who on the other end went for everything that was in her zone. So did Harshita. Anything drop shot was put away for boundaries. Chamari with those big swings. Even Harshita joined the party. This one was drop shot and went for another boundary, closing the power play. 44 for 1.
Power play done. At this stage, India with no loss for 44, whereas Sri Lanka is 44 for 1. If they are chasing, they are on the right track. Probably they would have wished to have the opener Gunaratne there, but unfortunately had to go because of a run out. Radha Yadav comes, another left arm spinner. It's a sweep attempted, and they go for a second run. Good running between the wickets, between the skipper Sri Lanka Chamari and Harshita.
Well, Harshita needs to play a really good role here with the bat. We know that Chamari Attappattu is striking it nicely. He's striking them big. Partnership now 39 of 27 deliveries. They're getting into a good momentum here. Crucial for India to tighten things up. First delivery has gone for 2. Short and wide. Should be cut off in the air. It is. It will bring Chamaria Tapatu on strike.
The challenge here will be that India has only one off spinner, Deepti Sharma. So they have two left arm spinners, Radha Yadav and Tanuja. Will we see Harman coming and bowling couple of overs? Because there are two left-handers batting in the middle.
Striker very good against Radha Yadav, 141. Chamaria Tapatu. So he enjoys batting against the likes of Radha. That's well bowled. That's a good delivery. Dot is a very good option here. It'll just stop them in the tracks. Have a look at that. Well, it's a huge crowd here, but he's not going to miss out.
He's got the best view, I think.
Yeah, the only problem for Chamari right now, they've got protection on the leg side against the wind. Radha with a flatter trajectory. And obviously it's not going to be easy to put them away. So you have to opt for that offside or down the ground.
Well, he certainly has got the bird's eye view there. That's gone. She's now exploding with the bat. And they picked up a boundary here.
I think Radha is a little different to Tanuja, and Sri Lanka gets to get to their 50 in the 6.5 overs. The boundary coming off the Sri Lankan captain Chamaria Tapatu, and she does realize that Tanuja and Radha are two different variety of left arm spinners. Radha was a little more slower off the wicket in the air than Tanuja, so it gets a little difficult to play her on the front, and that's why we've seen Chamari playing in the back.
Missed out straight to the fielder. 16 in the previous over. This one went for 9 after 7. 53 for 1. At this stage, India, look at her first score, it was 23 without loss. Sri Lanka 23 for 1, and then between 5 and 8, 35 for 1, the Turkey. After 7, 48 for 1, Sri Lanka way ahead, just ahead, 53 for 1. And it's a choco-block, they're not missing out, making sure they have the right view wherever in the tree. It's a choco-block. Have a look at this crowd. This is the biggest we have seen so far. Dipti in the attack. Right arm off spin. Good option for India.
I think Deepti is vastly experienced bowler. She's bowled in all phases in an innings. And right now India has her bowl in 1 over in the power play. So that definitely reflects that because there are two left-handers, she is brought in.
She's the leading wicket taker. So it's a time where Harmanpreet Kaur believes that she can do the trick. They need to break this partnership. Again pitched up. And there is protection in the rear. Will only be a single.
And this partnership has been fruitful so far for Sri Lanka. 48 now of 34 deliveries. Harshita has been sensible enough to nudge it around and go for a boundary option whenever it's provided. Won't be easy against Dipti though.
Tries to reverse. Oh my God! That's gone through. It'll be a boundary.
Not often do you see that sort of a fielding from the Indian team, but I think there is a little bit of pressure that we can sense on the ground because of this partnership between Chamari and Harshita. Harshita so far has played all the productive shots required to support her skipper on the other end.
Yeah, with that boundary, the partnership now 52 of 35. Yeah, she's playing a good role with the bat. Once in a while, she's also hunting for boundaries. That changes the scenario. Required run rate now comes down below 9. It's 8.59. Partnership looking very good. 60 for 1 and 7.4. Yeah, she misses out. She misses out. Straight to the fielder.
7 already of this over. Just this dot ball coming now at a very crucial time. It was there to be hit. Couldn't really pick up the gap. Straight to Harmanpreet Kaur. Need to close out cleanly here, Dipti.
Yeah, with that single, she will keep the strike. Not a bad over for Sri Lanka. 8 coming in that over. It's 61 for 1.
There isn't an empty seat in the house. That's because the final is well and truly on. The chase is on. Sri Lanka have put the disappointment of Vishnu Gunaratne's run out behind them quickly. Natapatu's hit that in a gap. They're going to push for 2. This time the calling was clear and early. They're ahead of where India were after 8.1. Marina Iqbal has already seen Sri Lanka finish the job against Pakistan. Belief that that game would give them to even repeat the same against India.
Well, they need partnerships, and that's exactly what these two have done. Harshita has played an important role.
The reverse sweep is worked for Samara Vikrama. That is another boundary. Her third.
It's just the angle. It's very smart batting from Harshita. She knows what the angle Radha would be bowling. Gives her much more freedom to play that shot. The length was slightly, but was fired in. The pace was there to be dealt with. And all she needed to do was get some will on it.
Yeah, the matchup isn't working for Harmanpreet Kaur. Tanuja Khan were expensive, and the experienced Radha Yadav barely been able to put her away in the tournament previously. Also under pressure. It would not surprise me if we see either Shefali Verma or Harman herself sooner rather than later. It's a good response. Angle changed from Radha Yadav.
Yeah, that's much better angle. The strike to keep things tight. The highest target chased by Sri Lanka was against South Africa in 2024, 156.
And you could see that success in this calendar year. It's a different Sri Lankan team beating South Africa in South Africa. Results in England. And the popularity of this team has grown as a result of their success. They worked so hard for, and you could see it here. Oh my goodness, that's a gift. Arm of the umpire has already gone out. That's a no ball. Errors being forced out of India as well.
Yeah, Harshita missed out on that. But what it has done, allowed the single, and now Chamari is on strike for that free hit. Things are getting a bit more tricky for India now.
That's the first time we've seen Harmanpreet Kaur under pressure in a long time. And India expected to win. Such a proud history in this competition. High-ranked opposition, favourites. Sri Lanka, this is a team who's just soaring with every game. They believe. Free hit to Atapattu. Down the ground. One bounce four. Her team is on her feet. The crowd is on their feet.
Chamari Atapattu doesn't need any license to go big, but this was a free hit and it was expected. Just the length again. You have to be careful tossing it up to Chamari. Didn't get the maximum result, but one bounce into the fence.
Yep, it's not working for India, and Sri Lanka are pumped. They'll just tell themselves 94 of 67 is still a stiff equation. Chamari needs to bat deep. That'll help. Shefali Verma was the only fielder in the ring on the leg side. She's done really well there. Still an over, another costly one that cost 11, 72 for 1. 44 in the last 4 overs. Finished the power play strongly. That over the conceded 16 of Tanuja Kanwar, and they backed it up with productive overs, even of Deepti Sharma. Renuka Singh Thakur is brought back. Change of pace by Harmanpreet Kaur. Spinners not having the impact that they have had previously. Word is spreading across the town. If you're in and around, you're not going to get a seat, but you can make your own seat if you are creative enough. Now the other does well.
Yeah, India in dire need of a wicket to break this partnership and to target Chamari, and it's not a bad ploy to get the seamers up. Chamari does play them with caution. He's too strong against spinners.
Wow. Or you could bring your own seat if you want, because you won't get one in the house. This is just wonderful. Chamari Atapattu's batted a long time. She'd be so pleased to watch this. She's played in front of big crowds outside her home country. She's on 45 now. It's a day where both the men's and women's teams are in action. Not too far from here, an hour's drive, Palikele. This is the game that matters. Major final. Sri Lanka are in it. If anything, they're ahead. They have to do something that's never been done before. 166. Big chase. This is good from Renuka. Last few overs have started with boundaries, invariably conceded 9s and 10s. 2 singles and a dot ball.
Yeah, it's decent. It needs to keep it that way. Not much depth when it comes to Sri Lankan batting lineup. Anushka would probably, and also the Hari might have a role to play.
Oh, big shot attempted. She got a lot of that. Brilliant from Vastrakar. Can't complete the catch, but she's done really well to save 5.
That's one thing that India will bring up to the table. Brilliant effort there from Pooja. Good presence of mind. She knew exactly where the boundary was. Oh, that's clean, and that's exceptional fielding, saving many runs, probably 4 of them. Well, look at that. At the very right time, she managed to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, that's really tough, folks. The wind is taking that ball further and further towards the boundary. So Vastrakar ideally would have wanted to just toss it up high and see if she could go around the boundary, step back in and complete a catch. But that's just really good judgment to make sure she saves 5. Atapattu now on strike. Oh, this is in the gap. 50 for Chamari Atapattu. She is a national treasure. And she acknowledges the largest home crowd that Sri Lanka have seen in a women's T20I. 15 the final.
Everyone in the crowd is up on their feet, celebrating with Chamari. The job is not done, but she will cherish these moments. Her debut was made when she was just 19 years old back in 2009 World Cup. The T20 debut that is leading Sri Lanka into these finals. Has a lot to play for.
12th in T20 as 4th this calendar year to go with 100, 2nd against India. And as long as she's out there and carries on, Sri Lanka will believe they can get more in the next half. We enter the final 10 of the Asia Cup. It's Sri Lanka 80 for 1. And it's time for drinks. Chamari Attapattu with 50 in the semi-final and 50 in the final. She is rising to the occasion. Guilty of the mix-up with Vishmi Gunaratne, but that is a fair way back now. Sri Lanka halfway there. And it started with such style. It was her first ball that she just punched for 4. Punished the bowling, toyed with the field and cleared the boundary. Picked her match up against Tanuja Kanwar, India's youngest, least experienced bowler. Free hit against Radha Yadav. And again, just picking her spot. This was the previous over, the shot that got her 250. She is up for this, and how. Takes a bow, Chamari Attapattu. The job is not done.
Yeah, unfinished business in the semis for Chamari. She's well aware of it. Wouldn't want to repeat that mistake. She can enjoy all she wants, but still a long way to go. But this has been a superb partnership for Sri Lanka. Harshita stepping up at the very right moment, providing support to Chamari.
India will still believe that their bowlers can get in on it, even though the only wicket has come in the form of a run out. Test of Harmanpreet Kaur's captaincy. Posted 165. That's a tall score, especially in a final. And there would have been some intervention from the dugout in what was the final drinks break this tournament. And she's trusting Tanuja Kanwar. Ramesh Ratnayake had his own words of wisdom to the two batters. And Amol Mazumdar did respond. Such a calm personality, Amol. Doesn't look like he's letting this get to them, just reminding them they're 1 wicket away. Sri Lanka's middle order not as strong as their top. Oh, it was uppish for a while. Don't think it qualifies as a genuine chance.
Yeah, it was smashed. Probably fell short of Harmanpreet Kaur. But India now have to pull up their socks. This partnership of 74 is brewing towards the victory. These bowlers need to be more accurate in terms of targeting Chamari.
Long way away, Marina. India tend to catch their catches. Reverse sweep. This time straight to Vastrakar, who's been busy in the outfield. Faith shown in Tanuja Kanwar. It's very easy at times to say this is not perhaps her day. She's young. Attappattu will take her on straight after drinks to give her an over. I think if this over is one that is also targeted, then Harmanpreet will be forced to play a different card herself. Shefali Verma perhaps. And Attappattu will want to take Kanwar on. You can see the pressure bowling to Chamari.
Yeah, you need to do a lot of thinking. Bowling to Chamari. He's got everything right so far. The leg side is protected. Just a change of pace might do it for Kanwar.
Support from behind, Richa Ghosh. Richa Ghosh just lifts the voice a little bit, the volume, which has otherwise been drowned with tremendous support to the home team. That's what they don't need. Arundhati Reddy is the substitute fielder. You just sense that Tanuja Kanwar had done well to bowl a really quiet over up until that point.
Yeah, the pressure was building on Chamari. And you as a fielder need to realize that a big shot is coming or probably a chance is on it their way. Oh, this is poor from India.
Again, Vastrakar, lone sweeper out deep on the offside. Credit to Tanuja Kanwar. Just 5 of the over. Now, do Sri Lanka have a target per over? They think that there's no boundary in this over. Let's go for it. Asking rate 8.84. That is a tremendous second over from Tanuja. Expensive in her first. She holds her nerve in her second. It's 85 for 1. The 5 bowlers used. Deepti Sharma has taken a wicket every game in this tournament. Still to do so today. Now Attappattu from that semi-final after she bowled that first over. Fair to say has not had perhaps that right elbow functioning at 100%.
Yeah, I did ask her at the toss and he said that it's 8 out of 10. So they'll do it for the final. But right now her all focus would be on how to win this match. She's out in the middle and she's a diligent player for Sri Lanka. Still a long way, 81 required of 54. It's been a little of a quiet moment going on in this match. Run rate reaching 9 exactly now.
Big over this. And Shefali Verma had to get down in time. Ends up conceding just the 1. And no one behind her.
And for India, it would be better to keep Harshita on strike. Try to avoid those boundaries. Chamari would definitely be looking for it. Last over went without a boundary. Now back on strike, would like to target Dipti. Got few options. Straight down the ground. Anything shorter, she can pounce on it.
Deepti Sharma again was visibly disappointed with the fielding effort. That struck powerfully. Oh, it's the power of Chamari Attappattu who gives fielders no real chance on this outfield.
Mid-off in the circle, and Dipti just probably wasn't tossed enough, but just generated the pace on that occasion, Chamari, to beat the cover fielder in deep. Probably if you want to bowl her fuller, just take that mid-off back to the fence.
Yeah, just placement and power. And 300 runs now for Chamaria Tapatu, the Women's Asia Cup. Some distance behind number 2 and the rest. How many more of these 76 can she get? There's a ring of fielders there, not far from one another. That's what Deepthi is trying to do, get her to hit there, maybe in the air. She varies her pace a little, deceives Atapatu through the shot.
And this is much better ploy for Chamaria Tapatu.
Atapatu goes down the ground. Just majestic batting. Knows where the fielders are and knows how to find the gaps between them.
Well, India and Deepthi forcing her to play square of the wicket. But the only problem is that she puts a lot of muscle behind the shot. Hardly any chance for the fielder to stop that. It wasn't middle at all. The immense power of Chamari has surprised Deepthi as well.
Gee, non-strikers done well. Get away and out of the way. Samara Vikrama. This is the kind of over they would have wanted. Tanuja conceded just 5 in the last one. Couple of boundaries in this. The required rate 8.82. Again, key is Chamaria Tapatu. Things were going off track when she was dismissed. And she is dismissed! Deepthi Sharma silences the crowd in Dambola. The stumps of Tapatu are shattered. As India believe they have bounced back. Leading wicket taker in the tournament gets leading run scorer.
Chumari was very confident in this over, hitting 2 boundaries. And on that occasion, Deepthi absorbed the pressure, held the nerves. And you can see the disappointment on Chumari's face. Displayed it all over, wouldn't have expected it to nip back in, still enough to hit that leg stump. Not the wisest of the deliveries to get out, but it has done the work for India. Sri Lanka's hope slightly going back in the dugout. This is a big one in the context of the game.
4th time that Deepthi Sharma has got Chamaria Tapatu. She has just lowered the decibel level here in Dambola. The captain's gone for 61. Sri Lanka still needs 72. It's 94 for 2. Yeah, she'll be disappointed. The crowd will be disappointed. There was hope when she was batting, but she is gone now. What an innings. An electrifying inning comes to an end. It is going to be Kavisha Dilhari was coming to bat. They still need 72 from 48. Nicely played. She played a really good role with the bat. She has to take a little bit more responsibility now because they still require 71.
At 10 overs, they were well up with the run chase, but this will put a dent in it. Just gave enough space with her leg stump. And Harmanpreet Kaur, the reaction, she knows how important that is. We were talking in the back of the commentary box, saying maybe if Chamari can just get them another 20 runs closer, then the rest of the Sri Lanka batting lineup could take them home. They're going to have to do a bit more work than that. 71 required from 47, and it's over to the youngsters. Can they stand up? Look up at the scoreboard. You already see 95 for 2. But there's lots and lots of work left to do.
The Sri Lankan middle order now has a little uphill task. 70 of 46 balls, but they do have very busy players who play a lot of sweeps and reverse sweeps. But can the Indian spinners do the work? Can the middle order of Sri Lanka get the team across the line? Is something that we will get to see in the next 7 overs, but a very important stage in the match.
Yeah, when you see the back of a well-set batter, it changes. The game changes on its head. And they'll be quite pleased to see the back of Chamaria Tabadu. Had a wonderful, wonderful tournament. Will that be good enough to take her team home for the very first time? They've never won the Women's Asia Cup. It's a leg bye.
The question for me is, where are the boundaries coming from? This kind of target, you need a boundary every 6 to 8 balls. Yes, these two can hit 1s and 2s. It's the boundaries that the crowd are wondering when they're going to cheer the next one. It was an opportunity on the last delivery. She just shifted to the leg side and was followed by the bowler. So it's a big ball here, a couple of balls. See, can they get this going?
I think the fall of Chamari Atapattu, the required rate of Sri Lanka is now gone 9.5 and above. That's the difference. You know, that is a change that you could see a well-set batter getting out. The umpire signals for a referral here.
Well, the ball was hit with power to mid-off, but Dilhari just hanging around outside of her crease. The throw was sent in. I don't think she's too worried. She was practicing the power shot there. That's probably something lacking in the game of these two. Power down the ground, yeah, just a little bit slow to get the bat back in, but yeah, she did get there in the end. We have seen some comical run-outs in this game. It was a Sri Lankan, or it was a Pakistani batter, in fact, that was dismissed at the non-striker's end, but not this time.
Yeah, they were going on a really good way when Chamaria Tabadu were batting. Momentum was there, but once she's gone now, you just look at this over. There's only been 3 runs scored in this over. It's a full toss, and that has struck her. This will be cut off. Yes, it is. So 2 more. So it's 99 for 2 after 13.
Well, that's the kind of delivery that they should have sent for 4. It was handed to her full toss, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to knock India off that list. Bangladesh have that one little blip in 2018, and with a break of 4 years, how Sri Lanka would love to just get in on the bottom of that list. Bit of variation is always good. Mitali Raj beside me, she's hoping India continue to keep 2 hands on that trophy. Sri Lanka completely opposite. The runners-up is what they've been so often, 5 times. And they're trying to turn that around here today. Probably the best chance, we thought, coming in with the team that they had and the form that their captain's in. She's not out in the middle anymore.
Wow, clever, cheeky, and a boundary. Gets the crowd on its feet.
This is what is required from the Sri Lankan batters. That boundary takes them across 100. 103 for 2 Sri Lanka, and they require more of these in the coming overs to make a match of it, to give themselves an opportunity to win this trophy, because this is the best chance easy for them, because they're playing at home in front of the crowd. Match is still on, they're still in the match,
and they can play with freedom because they are the team that haven't won this before. The pressure is on India. Fine leg goes back now. Bouncer helped on its way, chance all the way, 6, doesn't manage to keep it in. Well, that's a mistake in the deep because it was there to be palmed down, but Tamuja, after a good over the last time out, makes a mess of it, just doesn't judge the jump, and the wind maybe helped it on its way. So it's a 4 backed up by a 6.
I thought there was an opportunity. Jumping up and it goes through. Well, she lost the balance and she would still be going out. And they clinged on to that catch. That's not the case. So all of a sudden the first 2 deliveries has yielded 10 runs. And again, the required run, it comes below 9. 57 from 40.
We've seen Chamari Atapattu get really animated throughout this tournament and getting angry with her bowlers. Well, now you see Pooja Vastrikar sending her captain away. She knows what she wants to bowl. Unfortunately, she hasn't executed this over. Pressure's on her because she's just told the captain and the vice captain to leave her alone. She needs to execute.
Yes, she's batting beautifully here. She's taken over from Chamari Altapado. That's good batting, really good running.
Indeed, very good batting from a youngster. 4-6, and she backs that with a double. I think this is how they will learn, because if they are exposed to this kind of a situation where they don't have the captain in the middle but they still have to get going, I think Harshita is playing a very good knock so far. She's taken up from where Chamari had left. It is very important for a set batter to play till the end, to take the match deep.
Play and a miss.
That was lucky, because anything on that was another boundary. Third inside the ring. Field now is that cover is out, quite square. There's a very fine leg. That's because of that ramp shot. They've been forced to put that fielder very fine there. Square leg is backward as well, and deep mid wicket. So there's a huge gap wide of mid on. Lots of space into the leg side to run twos as well.
Again, she's asked for a single, heading straight to the fielder. Very good running. She's putting the pressure. They were going great guns when Chamari Altapado was around, but he just turned around when she got himself dismissed down the leg side, a little bit fuller, and just enough turn to come back and hit the stump. Have a look at that reaction from the skipper. She knows how important it was to see the back of Chamari Altapado.
Every time I see that wicket, it looks like it's gone through her leg. It's impossible to see how it actually reached the stumps. It's like it's gone around. I don't think it's turned much. It's just the angle that's helped. How it didn't clip the heel of Chamari Altapado is beyond me. Dilhari now, can she finish the over strong?
It was short. He'll be able to pick up a single. It's a very good over for Sri Lanka. 14 runs in that over. After 14, it's 113 for 2.
The bowlers have been put under pressure. First time in the tournament, Radha Yadav in particular, going at 10s in her 2 overs. Just the 1 wicket, Deepti Sharma, and the run out. Best of them has been Pooja Vastragar, who we've just seen get it taken down in the last overs. So no bowler is safe here in Sri Lanka in the final of the Asia Cup. Samara Vikrama set on 43. She's the one they'll want to take it deep. They do have clever batters to come in later, but they want to get it closer. Another few big overs here, and it's Sri Lanka's game.
She's been expensive. She's gone for 20 in the first 2 overs, and she starts down the leg side. She gets away with it because she's gone down to the fielder, and it'll only be a single. I was just wondering, because they've only used 5 bowlers, is there any other option for India?
Well, the captain herself bowls, Harmanpreet Kaur. Then you have Shefali, and you see here the runs between Chamari and other Sri Lanka batters. She's scored about 304 runs, and the other batters, everybody included, 309. Look at the strike rate. It's 147. She was the key factor. Is there a chance of a run out? Direct hit would have.
Well, she's caught in 2 minds there. Yeah, there's the strike rate. 147 for Chamari Altapado, 106 for everyone else. That's the bad news, because they need to go much more than that. Need 9 and over from here, but they're doing a good job of catching up the rest of the Sri Lanka batters. You can forgive them, because they're just watching Chamari down the other end. Big hit into the leg side with the wind. This is all the way into the crowd. What a shot that is. She's got all the power in the world when it's with the wind. That's lifted the crowd yet again. This team, they're trying to catch up with their captain, Chamari Altapado. They're going to be household names if they can win this one.
Now, where did that come from? What a shot that is. Down the wicket and smashes it towards the mid-wicket area. That is a terrific hit. That is her first 6. What a time to bring up her first 6 in this edition of the Women's Asia Cup. That's nicely bowled. Good comeback.
The smart play here is actually to take the pace off. You have to be brave, but you have to take the pace off against Dilhari, because she does not have the raw power. She used all of the pace that was on the ball There's the captain. She's pacing, can't even watch. It's going well, Chamari.
Again, nicely played. It was a low full toss, but still finds the fielder, but it's turning out to be good over because remember, the required run rate is less than 9 runs in this over. And they already have 9 runs in this over.
Well, Chamari, do look at your players. They are making a match of it. You should watch the game. She's made half of the game and Harshita still there, still around. They're playing clever cricket here, both the youngsters.
They're certainly ahead after the end of the 15th over. India were 114 for 3. Sri Lanka 123 for 2. The last 5 overs, India smashed 51 and really got them to a total. And they started to feel, yes, it's enough. But at the moment, if you look at the way this partnership also progressed, it's 29 of just 18 deliveries. They need 43 of 30 deliveries with 8 wickets in hand.
That's the first time we've seen the Indians rattled. Captain, the vice-captain, bowler all coming together, long plans being made.
It's an important over because this is the last over. It's got a bit of a pad. Is she going to pull it back? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. There was a loud appeal.
When you stand down at the boundary looking at the pitch from just where that ball was collected, it looks like it's going uphill. So that ball, even though it looked like it was slowing up, it was going all the way. Renuka Singh, did she manage it? Excellent, brilliant work. And not only did she save it, she popped it perfectly up to Mandana's hands for a throw. So she saved 2 there. Deepti thought she could have run faster. I think she did well in the end.
Okay, Deepti seemed signaling that it is off the bat, but the umpire has given it a leg by. This is Deepti's last over and it is put down. It's put down by Harmanpreet Kaur. Everything happening in this over, everything happening on the ground. Is this going to cost India? Because this is Deepti's final over. The bowler who's got Chamari Atapattu out. She was to get her 2nd wicket, but it's put down there.
And she's made a meal of it. And one of the things you tell people when you're coaching them, make sure you're stable. She wasn't stable under that ball. Appeal, but that won't be given out. And not only was it a drop catch, it was 2 runs.
And that drop catch was of Harshita. She's well set. I think the idea was, okay, trying to find enough elevation to go over the top of the mid-off fielder because she was inside the circle. But it was a straightforward chance. And she didn't hang on to it. Right, the partnership still progresses. It's 34 of 22. They need 38 from 26. There's a nice little cameo from Dilari, 12 of 8. A lot will depend on Harshita, 48 of 41. She's got a reprieve. The skipper dropping that straightforward opportunity. That's well bowled. Nice and full.
I think not very often you get to see this sort of fielding from India. Midfield there from Radha Yadav. And another misfield from Arundhati. Reddy was a substitute. Deepti Sharma bowling really well. And that is hit for a boundary from Dilhari. Welcome boundary. This over, Sri Lanka gets 9 runs. The 16 overs, Sri Lanka 132 for 2. think the last ball was really timed well by Dilhari. She understood that Deepthi was bowling fuller. In the last third and fourth over of Deepthi, she was trying to bowl fuller so that the batters don't go over mid-off and mid-on. But here she ended up bowling a slightly outside off and got punished for a boundary.
What a climax of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup we are in store for. Sri Lanka need 34. Chamaria Tapatu sets the stage. She's only human. She needs someone else to step up, and Samara Wickrama has. Well, it could very well go down to the final over. At this rate, India will be penalised. Even they feel the pressure. Tanuja Kanwar bowls out. Sweet shot, deep square. More nerves, Uma Chetri. Batters wanted to, did well to just take one. They need 33 of 23. They are nearly there, 8 wickets in hand. And if you look at India, have been so good otherwise. This was really tough. Harmanpreet Kaur, 99 times out of 100 you'd expect her to take that. Even her heart rate is up. 5 Asia Cup finals. All the pressure games in the World Cups in between that. The other end of the spectrum is Tanuja Kanwar. It's come back well. They want to. This time they do get it. And Kavisha Dilhari is playing her part. 31 of 22. Mithali Raj, Marina Iqbal.
I think it is so important to put pressure on the boundary riders, and that's what these two batters have been doing. Along with the boundaries that they're getting in an over, they're also converting those ones into twos. Not very often you see batters taking those doubles from Jemima Rodrigues, who's so good on the boundary line, but today we've seen the Indian fielders being tested and put under pressure.
Down the ground goes Dilhari. Mandana just gets enough behind it. What a breezy partnership this is. 43 of 27 now. That too at the back of Chamaria Tapatu's wicket.
You have to give it to Harshita and Dilhari. The way they continued, the moment they walked in, especially Dilhari coming on, having a word with Harshita, that's a brilliant stop. From Mandana, the commitment has been really good. The intent is there to win this game.
Deepthi Sharma turned them through in one motion. And they're getting runs of every ball. The difference between runs required and balls now 8. As long as it's a couple of boundaries you don't mind, but you don't want to leave it too late.
Yeah, at this stage it's all about the understanding. You know you have to run for everything. This clear call, play it, go for it. Try your luck. And that's what they've been doing. They're pushing the fielders to their edge.
For Harshita Samara Wickrama, a 6th in T20Is, a 2nd in 2024, and it could not come at a bigger and better stage in front of a packed house in Dambola.
What an innings from Harshita, just taking 43 deliveries. She provided some support to Chamari. After that, took the responsibility on her own shoulders.
Oh, that's through the gap as well. They'll push for 2. Three overs to go. Just 25 needed for Sri Lanka. 1 for 1 for 2. They needed 20 of the last 3 in the semi-final. They got there off the penultimate ball. Now they need 25 of 18. Samara Wickrama has carried on from where her captain left off. She's taken responsibility. She's had a nervous semi-final and final in the field, but how well she's batted. 50 of 43. She needs to bat till the end and see her side over the line. Most incredible final. Radha Yadav, big shot by Samara Wickrama, all the way for 6. Humongous from Harshita as Harmanpreet feels the pressure. 19 of 17 now.
First delivery, pressure right back on India, right on Radha Yadav. Just a shimmy across the stumps with the wind. She's muscled it over the boundary. The length was ideal. And she crafted that beauty out of nowhere.
You can definitely feel the pressure. There are people, there are players around Radha Yadav trying to help her to get the right line and length, but I must admit Harshita is playing out of her skin, playing to her strength. That's more important. That big shot came with the wind and with the spin.
Round the wicket, no, over the wicket. Fielders are in the ring. Harshita is on the verge of creating history. As the 150 comes up for Sri Lanka, who need less than a runner ball now.
Brilliant batting into the leg side, the previous delivery on this occasion. Just a shimmy down the track. Had enough bottom hand to get the elevation. Just plucked it out of that length. She's toying with Radha Yadav now. India is running out of answers, but what an innings Harshita is playing.
Harmanpreet Kaur will think about the chance she put down. Harshita Samara Wickrama in her 40s at the time. Head coach takes notes. They can do it in singles. There is one single. Now this will take something spectacular from India. Samara Wickrama has played the innings of her life. Joined Atapa to use the reverse to good effect. Clever in knowing where the fielders were. Dilari has played her part from the other end. Ensure she doesn't soak up deliveries. Barely any dot balls. She's striking at 160. Samara Wickrama now 5 4s, 2 6s in this innings that is going to be remembered for a long time. Just needs to finish the job now. That'll be in the gap as well. They're in a hurry now for their history of Sri Lanka. They have taken Radha Yadav to the cleaners today. And Sri Lanka are 2 hits away.
Absorbing all the pressure out there in the middle, Harshita. She wants everyone to remember her for her batting in the finals, not the drop chances. As effortless, as clean as she can. She has batted her heart out in the middle, taking Sri Lanka ever so closely to the win. Has been a big, big over.
This will just be a single, you'd think. It is 17 off the 18th over, just 8 needed now. 158 for 2. They are almost there to set that record straight. Runners up on 5 occasions. The tournament back at home after 16 years. The hosts have nearly etched their name on that trophy. 8 of 12 with 8 wickets in hand. This has been a professional, thoroughly dominant chase. They just need to see it out. How far Sri Lanka have come in 2 years. Barely put up a fight in Sylhet. Dominant in the final against the same opposition in Dambulla. Vastrakar thrown the ball and thought 165 is above par. Thought India, formidable favourites going into this tournament, having won it as often as they have. And they've gone through this unbeaten. They've been simply unbelievable, and they will have registered their highest target if they get another 8. Done all the hard work, Sri Lanka. Vastrakar, last throw of the dice perhaps. My goodness! Maluma Chetri is giving it everything. It's just flying off the bat. 6 needed.
I think that's what a set batter can do if they play till the end, and you have Harshita there doing the job for Sri Lanka after Chamari Atapattu, the youngster, and this experience will go a long way in shaping her as one of a mainstay in the Sri Lankan batting order.
Now then, eyes on the official, and she says 1 for the over. Dot ball, they can afford a couple of those.
What an innings under pressure. Just the belief she has in her abilities. Tight ball there. Well, an ambitious one from Harmanpreet Kaur, but you have to give it to Harshita. Hardly a false shot, just one chance offered.
Scampering through for the single, another misfield. India's shoulders are dropping. The decibel levels in Dambulla are rising. Defending champions, unbeaten so far, barely tested, on the verge of being dethroned. And they're dancing with measure at the moment. This place is going to be thrown into hysteria. Sri Lanka get these 5. Harmanpreet Kaur is still active.
For so long, Chamari was the spearhead for Sri Lanka, and teams thought that if she's out of equation, they have a chance to win it. But tonight things change, not just for Sri Lanka as a team, but also for Harshita with this brilliant innings. It's not just about Chamari anymore now. Players are standing up, especially in this final here.
Sri Lanka, they ascend the Asian throne for the first time. A wondrous moment to behold by Chamari Atapattu, Sri Lanka. Kavisha Dilhari, one of the many girls from their most native neighborhoods, have etched a moment that Sri Lankan cricket will remember for all time. A watershed moment as the sun sets in Sri Lanka. Women's cricket is rising, its future is exciting, and it is Sri Lanka, champions of the Asia Cup, who are shining.
The landscape changes tonight for Sri Lanka, for the champions list, for Women's Asia Cup. Harshita and Dilhari with a winning partnership of 73, just off 40 deliveries. But that big hit from Dilhari, seizing the victory for Sri Lanka. They have won by 8 wickets. India, the long-time champions, have been unsettled. Amazing scenes here at Dambulla. And this is their first win. Brilliant year for them, but they needed to have the title. And tonight, this all is happening here. What a chase being put for Sri Lanka.
It's the 6th time lucky for Sri Lanka. They have created history. The last time they won in T20 International was at the same venue in 2022. This time it's the Women's Asia Cup final. And would you believe it? That is a big victory, winning by 8 wickets.
They've come out in full force, the supporters of Sri Lanka. What it means to Chamari Atapattu. Not only that they've won it, but that it's been someone else in the team that's had to stand up for Sri Lanka. Harshita, 69 from 51, and how about that shot from Dilhari? 6 to win it, and in good time as well. 8 wickets in hand. It's been an imperious performance from Sri Lanka. They maybe could have had their heads down after the first innings, but shots like this, you know that Sri Lanka are a coming nation. Look out, World Cup coming up. Could these be a team to watch? Because this was supposed to be India's victory march towards that World Cup, not to be for Harmanpreet Kaur's team. How many people in that crowd now will be picking up cricket? Little girls are around Sri Lanka watching on. They want to be Kavisha Dilhari. They want to be Harshita Samaravikrama, making history for Sri Lanka as they put their name finally on the Asia Cup.
India, well, the fielding did let them down today, but it was all out for Sri Lankan batters. They had a clear plan. They batted superbly, absorbing all the pressure. Delights for them, delights for Chamari. And have a look at that, emotions flowing out. They had that faith in themselves. Harshita, she's more than those drop chances. She's one hell of a batter, taking Sri Lanka to the win. And she will remember this innings for a very long time.
What about that semi-final win against Pakistan also, 141? Even this was even better. Partnership of 7-3 and just 40 deliveries. Dilhari smashed 30 and 16 deliveries with a striker of nearly 190. Incredible.
Unbelievable stuff, and it just tells you where Sri Lanka cricket is, because it used to be that Sri Lanka had one big game in them. Sometime that Chamari Atapattu came off. Well, look, there it is. The first time for Sri Lanka, winners 2024. They're finally on that trophy. Bangladesh, the other team, but it's been India since the beginning. But now it's Sri Lanka's time. Finally, in 2024, they've got that big win.
Took them 20 years wait. It was worth the wait to go and win their very first Women's Asia Cup. Sri Lanka going on to win, and in handsome style.
All together, and it was a team performance, very much so. All of the bowlers performing, because it was difficult to keep India down under 180. They continued to take wickets, their crowd supporting them. They've enjoyed every single bit of this final. There's not a seat in the house, there's not a dry eye in the house. And up in the comm box as well, we've really enjoyed watching this Sri Lanka team. They haven't had it all their own way. They were tested in the semi-final, and maybe that was the difference. India never tested, and when it came down to it, they couldn't quite do it in the final, under pressure.
They all came in big numbers to support their team, in not just in the final, but in every game. And the team, rightly so, have given them a huge moment to celebrate a big title, winning this Women's Asia Cup 2024.
Lots of thinking to do there for India, because they buckled under pressure. Only 5 bowlers. Was that a selection mistake? They could have done with another bowler, because there were plans put in place, very good plans, well executed by the Sri Lanka batters. Could they have done with another out-and-out bowler? That's something to ponder going into that Bangladesh World Cup, because the bowlers were found wanting for India. And they think that that World Cup belongs to them, but the Asia Cup belongs to Sri Lanka. Finally, well, Harshita Samaravikrama fielded poorly but batted beautifully. 69 in 51. She was able to watch from the other end as Chamari Atapattu batted, but as soon as her captain was dismissed, she took over the reins. Wasn't afraid to take the fielders on and play all around the ground. And she's announced herself on the world stage with that innings in the Asia Cup final 2024. And then it's going, well, Ronak's down with the downstairs. Let's go to him now.
Right, Harshita Samaravikrama, and I've got Ramesh Ratnaike as well with me. Packed house, Harshita, match-winning 50 in a final. How do you feel?
ඇතරම ගොඩක් සතුටි අවසාන තරගයේ මේ වගේ නොක්කයක් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච එක ගැන ඒ වගේම ලංකාව දිනවන්න පුළුවන් එක ගැන ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙනවා.
She's very happy that she got it in the last match, and to win the Asian Cup finals was a great thing, and she's happy.
Just tell me quickly, how much did this crowd support help today?
ඇතරම ෆස්ට් ටයිම් තමයි මේ වගේ ක්‍රවුඩ් එකක් එක්ක මම සෙල්ලම් කරේ. Thank you බලන්න ආපු හැමෝටම අපිට සපෝට් එකට.
Yeah, she thanks all the crowd because it's the first time she's seen such a big crowd, and thank you very much, she says.
Carry on, join your team with that victory lap. Well done, Harshita Samaravikraman. Thank you, Ramesh.
Well, it's going to be a great evening for Sri Lankan fans as well as the team, and especially Harshita in particular. When no one ever thought of someone else taking up the responsibility, she managed to absorb the pressure, kept her best game for the final, chasing it down, and that too against India. They'll take the lap and will thank the crowd. And well-deserved victory. They've outplayed India.
Yeah, what a crowd. They're going up for a lap of honor and thoroughly deserved it. They not only cheers to back big total, but they had wickets in hand.
Yeah, when you have a victory like this, you think of small moments. That final over from Prabhadani, excellent bowling from her in the last over. It kept that total just under wraps from India. Bowling as well from Kavisha Dilhari. Should have had 3. Well, that's Prabhadani there. They know what she did. That's the over, the last over of the innings. She took the wicket of Richa Ghosh. Only went for 6 in that final over. And brilliant bowling as well from Udashika Prabhadani. Well, there they are, champions. That's what they wanted to see. Sri Lanka coming into this tournament, they felt they had a chance, and they were right. 6-time lucky. They got their hands on the trophy. We're looking forward to seeing that later when Chamari Atapattu finally gets to lift it in the Asia Cup. Well, they won the toss and opted to bat first, India. They did have a pretty early wicket. Shefali Verma, LBW. Smriti Mandana was the mainstay, 60 from 47, and good runs later on from Jamima and Richa, 29 and 30. Just elevated that score to what we thought was maybe above par, 165 for 6.
Smriti Mandana with that 60, an important one up front. But Richa Ghosh just scoring 30 of 14 deliveries that powered that innings for India. Good partnership up front with Shefali and Smriti Mandana, but the important one coming just of 18 deliveries was 31. And they started off well. It was a given fact that Shefali would right away target the Sri Lankan bowlers, but they did well to keep her quiet. Smriti Mandana on the other end, whenever it was in her zone, she went for it. Some glorious drive. That was a costly one. Harshita on the receiving end. And there were a bit of a half chances there on offer.
Smriti Mandana, inventive as always, stylish as always. Got to 60, and that was the wicket of Shefali Verma. She felt she was too far down. She didn't take a big stride. She feels that if it had gone on review, it would have been not out, but there are none, so she had to go. That one was a little bit more adjacent. Uma Chetri was adjudged LBW. Mandana continued on her way. Harmanpreet Kaur looked to be setting up for a big one, but that excellent catch from Nalakshi Silva sent her on her way. Smriti Mandana, we thought she might go on to a big one after getting the 50, but she was dismissed soon after getting the half century. Jemmy was good between the wickets, very inventive as well, 29 from 16 for her. This was the 6th. Well, Chamari Atapattu double bounce, so this was actually an opportunity missed. Smriti Mandana was short of her ground, and because it was a double bouncer, it was not out, and the free hit went for 6. This was the run out. Just a little bit of a miscalculation as the left armour was able to effect the run out. Smart bit of work as well by Sanjuani with the gloves behind the stumps.
Now Richa Ghosh quickly coming in and went for the attack with Smriti Mandana. This was Chamari Atapattu with a very crucial catch. but it did not stop Richa. This was another tough chance. It was slammed hard, played towards the offside. Anything on the onside, she went for it. That's the difference Richa can make. With the muscle coming into the play, she can hit big. Bowlers did struggle. This was the last one for Richa Ghosh. An easy and soft dismissal for her.
Well, they all played their part. Best Sugandhika Kumari went at just 5.8 in her 4 overs, though she was wicketless. 2 for Dilhari. She was expensive, went for 18 in her last over, so that ruined her figures a little bit. Priya Darshani was good as well, and Prabhadani coming back in her last took that 1 over.
Yeah, at that stage, India would have hoped that there was a winning total. That was not the case. It was some brilliant partnership, and what a chase. Not only as a key performer as a bowler, what about her as a batter tonight? Incredible, isn't she? Remain unbeaten on 30 of just 16 deliveries. Partnership of 73. There you go. 61 from the skipper, once again leading from the front. 87 is what they added for the second wicket. And even 73 in 40 deliveries between Samara Vikrama and Dilari, ensuring they go at the top.
Well, they went from the beginning. They knew they had to because it was a big target, and Chamari Atapattu looked in good form. Vishmi Gunaratne unfortunately went because this should have been a single, but miscommunication between her and the captain. It wasn't to be her day. Well, Chamari Atapattu decided it was to be hers because she had been the one that got her opening partner run out. Samara Vikrama, well, she just played second fiddle for a lot of that opening 10 overs as she watched her captain go about the business that she's so used to seeing. Awesome power, square of the wicket, a little bit of luck every now and then, and particularly good down the ground. A little bit of misfielding from India helped things, but they were inventive. Sri Lanka took the game on, and when they got the length, when they got the line, they made sure to make India pay.
16 fours and 6 sixes in that chase of 165. They ended up at 167. Yes, she picked up another 50. And she went on scoring runs quickly, hitting boundaries one after another. That was the moment. This is where India thought they were back in the game. Game-changing moment. Not the case.
Well, as soon as the captain was dismissed, the two youngsters took the bowling on. They had nothing to lose. Dilhari, she bowled well. She took that into the batting innings. They had a plan, and they were brave. They took the fielders on. That's a very well-deserved 50 for the youngster, Harshita. Whenever there was a gap, and there's always one in women's cricket with only 4 fielders out, they made sure to make it play. The placement was there, and if you don't mind, they finished with the 6. Absolutely fantastic. A little bit of relief for Chamari Atapattu, holding back the tears, no doubt, because that's history made. They are the history makers. They are the winners of the Asia Cup 2024.
They struggled immensely in the field with the bowling as well. Dipti Sharma was quite clinical, picking up 1 wicket, but the rest of them had no plan whatsoever how to stop Harshita, Chamari and Dilari. Radha Yadav was the most expensive, the economy of 11.8, but you have to give credit to how Sri Lankan batters played out.
Right, well, that's the summary. That's the final. India piling up 165 for 6. I thought it was a good total. Not the case. Sri Lanka chasing and chasing it in style, winning by 8 wickets. Are we taking a break? Yeah, we take a short break and we'll come back with the presentation.
We will remember this day for a long time. Sunday, the 28th of July, 2024, the day that Sri Lanka were crowned champions of the Women's Asia Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the finals of the Women's T20 Asia Cup, organized by the Asian Cricket Council and hosted by Sri Lanka Cricket. First off, the ACC would like to thank the hosts, Sri Lanka Cricket, the broadcaster, Star Sports, and all the sponsors for their support. Might I first introduce an esteemed presentation party that we have to my left. Mr. Shami Silva, President, Sri Lanka Cricket. Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne, Vice President, Sri Lanka Cricket and Tournament Director, Women's Asia Cup. Mr. Sujiva Godaliyadda, Honorary Treasurer, Sri Lanka Cricket, and Mr. Tusit Pereira, General Manager, Finance and Operations, Asian Cricket Council. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence this evening. First up, might I request Mr. Sujiva Godaliyadda and Mr. Tusit Pereira to present mementos to our officials for today. First up, match referee G.S. Lakshmi. Officials have done a wonderful job right throughout the tournament. On-field umpires Salima Imtiaz and Shatira Jakir Jesse. TV umpire Hemangi Yerzal. And fourth umpire Noor Hijra. Huge word of appreciation to the match officials for today. Might I now request Mr. Tusit Pereira to present the Player of the Match award, who receives a trophy and a check of USD 1,500. And for her unbeaten 69 of 51, Harshita Samaravikrama. Striking at 135, 6 fours, 2 sixes, and seeing the job through till the end, Harshita Samaravikrama. Now, Harshita, could I request you, after collecting your awards, to join me for a chat, and might I also request the head coach, Ramesh Ratnayake, to help facilitate the chat. Right here. Yep, that's good. Slightly on that mark. Behind. Yeah. Ramesh, please join us. Yes. Harshita, player of the match in a final against India. How is that feeling?
කොහොමද ඔයාගේ ඒ ෆීලිං එක ප්ලේ ඔෆ් ද මැච් වුණාම?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. මම ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ ඉති මට කැචස් දෙකක් මිස් වුණා. හැබැයි මං හිතුවා මේ මැච් එක කොච්චර ලකුණු ගැව්වත් ඉන්දියන් ටීම් එක මම ඒ ලකුණු ගහනවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒක මං ඉතින් අන්තිම වෙනකන් ඉඳලා එක් කරන්න මට පුළුවන් වුණා.
She was very happy that she scored in this game. She had had a failure in the past, and she was willing and she was very determined to score against India in the finals, and she did so, and she's very happy.
We're watching your innings. Just tell me what it was like when Chamari was dismissed. You had to bat through. What were your emotions like after you lost your captain?
Chamari out වුණාන් පස්සේ ඔයාට කොහොමද ඒක තේරුනේ? ඔය ඊට පස්සේ කොහොමද ඔයා ඒක ප්ලෑන් කරගත්තේ?
කවිෂා බැට් කරන්න ආවම අපි දෙන්න කතා වුණේ අපි පොසිටිව් ගහන්නිමු අපිට මේක කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා පොසිටිව් ගහන්නින්නමු කියලා තමයි අපි කතා වුණේ.
I'm sure it is translated also, but she said when Chamari was out, with Kavisha, she wanted to play a positive game, and that worked out really well, and she's very happy.
Was there any extra pressure because you had some moments in the field? Did the coach put you under any little extra pressure?
Coach දැම්මද ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් කියලා අහනවා.
කිසිම ප්‍රෙෂර් එකක් දුන්නේ නැහැ සර්. අපිට ෆ්‍රී එකේ ගිහිල්ලා ගේම් එක ගහන්න කියලා තමයි සර් හැමතිස්සෙම කිව්වේ.
Well, you've given this crowd a lot to remember. Yes, Ramesh, please.
I don't think I can say that it's all about me, so I think let her say it. I mean, she said she's very thankful that the freedom was there to play.
Ramesh, thank you very much. Harshita, really well batted and really well done. Harshita Samaravikrama, player of the match. Now, might I request Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne to present the Player of the Tournament Award, 304 runs, 3 wickets. She receives a trophy and a check of USD 2,500. The Sri Lankan captain, Chamari Attapattu. Chamari, we'll have one chat right at the end. We're going to hear from Chamari in just a moment. Now, it's time to acknowledge the runners-up. They've played a fine tournament, so might I request Mr. Sujiva Godaliyada to present medals to the Indian team, and if they can come in batting order with the captain last. Smriti Mandana, Shefali Verma, Uma Chetri, Jemima Rodrigues, Richa Ghosh, Deepthi Sharma, the tournament's leading wicket taker, Deepthi Sharma, Pooja Vastrakar, Radha Yadav, Tanuja Kanwar, Renuka Singh Thakur, Arundhati Reddy, Sajada Sanjeevan, Dayalan Hemlata, Asha Shobna, and finally the captain of India, Harmanpreet Kaur. Who will also receive the runners-up check of 15,000 US dollars. Harman, tough loss always in a final. Your thoughts on where the game slipped away?
Well, I think we played good cricket throughout the tournament, and today, no doubt, we made a lot of fumbles, and I think that was the only reason we didn't make it today.
What did you make of the score at halftime, 165?
I think it was a decent total. The only thing is we were looking for breakthrough in the power play, and I think in power play didn't went according to our plan, and then in middle over also, no doubt they batted really well, and they didn't give us anything easily.
You've had such a strong tournament apart from today. The World Cup is next. What do you sense is still areas for improvement?
I think there are a lot of areas where as a team we want to improve, and we are really looking for the next month, and definitely we work hard and we'll remember this day.
A word of appreciation for your opponents who you played in the last Asia Cup final and beat so easily. It looks like the Sri Lankan team has really improved in the last 2 years.
Yeah, definitely. They have been playing good cricket from so much time, and I think today also they played really well, and congrats to them. And I know they have been playing good cricket in this tournament also, and I think credit goes to them. They played good cricket.
Harman, you've had a great tournament. Your team has tough luck in the final. All the best going forward.
Thank you.
Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain of India. And now it's time to present the champions with their medals. Might I request Mr. Shami Silva and Mr. Ravin Vikramaratne to present medals to the winning team. And if they can come up batting order with the captain last. Vishmi Gunaratne, Harshita Samaravikrama, Hasini Pereira, Kavisha Dilari, Nilakshika Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Sugandhika Kumari, Udeshika Prabodhani, Inoshi Priyadarshini Fernando, Sachini Nisansala, Achini Kulasurya, Kavya Kavindi, Shashini Gimani, Amma Kanchana, and finally the captain, Chamari Attapattu. Coaching staff will also be felicitated for their efforts. Well, it's been an outstanding effort by Sri Lanka, undefeated right through the Women's Asia Cup 2024, and now champions for the very first time in the tournament's history. Coaching staff works hard. Ramesh Ratnaike, head coach, and the rest of his team will also be acknowledged for their hard work. We will soon hear from their captain. If I could first now request Mr. Shami Silva to present the winning team with the check of USD $25,000 by the ACC. And might I also take great pleasure in announcing that Sri Lanka Cricket has just announced a $100,000 award prize for the Sri Lankan team, over and above their prize money by the ACC. Really well done to Sri Lanka Cricket, and Mr. Shami Silva will present Chamaria Tapatu with the winning team check. And now, Chamari, if we can have a chat. Right, Chamari, let's start by just the emotions of the result. How are you feeling?
Actually, I'm feeling happy. I'm really happy about my team performance, especially our batting performance. So special thanks go to young Harshita Madhavi and Kavisha Dilhari. They finished really good. Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned them because you've carried this team for so long. But how pleased are you that others have stepped up on such a big stage today?
Definitely. This is not a one-man show. The whole team, support staff helped me a lot, especially youngsters and the seniors. The last 12 months, we played really, really good cricket around the world. So we continue this performance in Asia Cup as well. Finally, we won Asia Cup. I'm so happy about my team performance.
You've played so many Asia Cups. You've played at the highest level for so many years. Have you ever seen a crowd like this at home?
No, never. Special thanks go to Sri Lankan people, the crowds. They help my team. They trust my girls. I'm so happy. A lot of spectators come to see the game, so I'm really happy.
Do you sense winning the trophy, going all the way? You've made the final so often, but winning it, what will it mean to young girls all around Sri Lanka?
I think this win is really good for my team, not only team, the whole Sri Lanka. Because we have to inspire the young girls in future. So I hope this trophy is really good for Sri Lanka.
Let's talk about your own performance. Player of the tournament. You're batting as well as you ever have, is it fair to say?
Yeah, I enjoy my cricket all the time in the middle. I have to lead in from the front. That's my duty. I just do my duty for my country and my team.
Your own form and the team's form has been so good in this calendar year. What do you put that to?
Actually, we always talk about positive things in dressing room. We never talk negatives. So special thanks goes to head coach and the support staff. They always talk about positives. They help us. They encourage us. So these are the results. But this is not an end. Within 2 months, World Cup will happen. So our next target is World Cup. But one game, one time. We have to focus on one game, one time.
And the last thing I want to ask you is, you have so many admirers and fans all over the world. Can you promise them that they will still see Chamari Attupattu play for a long time in Sri Lanka colours?
Yeah, I hopefully. Till next World Cup. Till next 50 World Cup. Yeah.
That's plenty. Mr. Silva is acknowledging as well. Chamari, really well done. Congratulations. And now it's time for you to collect what you've come here for.
Thank you.
Chamari Attupattu, player of the tournament and the Sri Lanka captain. And now Mr. Shami Silva will present the tournament trophy to Chamari Attupattu, Sri Lanka champions of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup. And now, Chamari, once you collect your trophy, you can join your team who are waiting to celebrate with you. Thank you, Mr. Shami Silva.
Yeah, brilliant moment for Chamari. She's really enjoying it. Her team are waiting. We're waiting for the trophy. It's coming home to Sri Lanka. 6 finals, 5 for Chamari Attupattu. The home tournament And finally, Chamari Atapati joins her team. They get to celebrate together because it took all of them to get over the line here today. Sri Lanka 2024 Asia Cup champions. So well deserved. So many players contributing to that performance. And this will be one they'll remember forever. This is one that can't be taken away from them. They've announced themselves on the world stage as a power to be looked at. A young team as well, so plenty of cricket in front of them. Now many of the people in the crowd today will be joining them thinking they'd like to represent a team like Sri Lanka in the future. Take your time, soak it in. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. Children up on the fences, dancing away. There's not a seat in the house available. Brilliant that Dambulla has come out in full voice to see their team win. It wasn't an easy win either, but they've done it in style with 8 balls remaining. And they couldn't pry that cup from their hands because Sri Lanka have toiled long and hard for this one. Brilliant words from Chamari Atapati as well. She's got personal achievements and accolades, but finally now her teammates coming to the party, and it was the youngsters who took Sri Lanka home on a memorable evening in Dambulla. Well, Smriti Mandana top scored for India with 60. Chamari Atapati outdid her by 1, but it was Harshita Samara Vikrama who made 69 not out from 51. As player of the match, she took the game home alongside Kavisha Dilhari, 2 for 36 for her and 1 and 30 as well. So there it is, finally Sri Lanka champions 2024. They've had a long way to wait. The story coming into this one was that India were the team to beat. They already had one hand on the trophy as far as they were concerned, but it's been pried out of their hands by Sri Lanka. It's been an incredible performance throughout. They remain the only unbeaten team. India came into this the team to beat. They had an easy run of it, but they were made to work. So Sri Lanka, the winners of 2024. Thank you so much for joining us, and until next time, it's good evening and good night.